Okay, take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Meeting of the Delta Stewardship Council is called to order. We're going to establish a quorum, starting with Mr. Nordhoff. Mr. Nordhoff.
Nordhoff, present.
Ms. Gray.
Present. Fiorini here.
Eisenberg here.
Totally here.
Okay, got a quorum. We're starting. All right, Mr. Grindstaff. This is a workshop session focusing on various discussions. Why don't you walk us through the packet? And I understand materials being delivered from some of the presentations, so it would be helpful if you or Mr. Koutras or somebody will walk us through the order that we're going to consider which material and so on.
Okay.
Start off with the agenda.
I'll start off with the agenda. The first thing on the agenda is actually the letter on the advance notice of proposed rulemaking, and we have a...
This is from the United States Environmental Protection Agency.
It's from the U.S.
We heard
EPA.
that a month ago, I guess.
Yes, they came and presented to us. There is a due date on comments for that, and the staff recommends that we send a letter. So I wanted to bring it to your attention and show you a copy of the draft letter and see if there were comments from
Let's do this. Members, first of all, it's a draft letter on Stewardship Council stationery dated April 15th, entitled Draft, addressed to Aaron Forsman at U.S. EPA. Let's make sure we've all got a copy of that document in front of us. Okay, Mr. Grindstaff, why don't you...
Yeah, and I want to actually bring Lauren and Sam up since they're the primary authors of the draft letter. The main focus of the letter is to ask them to address water quality problems in the Delta. And with that, I guess I should turn it over to Lauren.
Okay. Ms. Hastings?
Thank you. Yes, in the draft letter, we have chosen to focus on two main areas of water quality: nutrients and pesticides, and particularly looking at excessive concentrations of nutrients. And our main recommendations are in bullet format on page 2. And in the document, they talk about ammonia and ammonium, but
right.
They have not emphasized nitrate, total nitrogen, or phosphate. And we recommend that they look at all of those nutrients because what's important is the ratios of those and what form they are in, and not focus just on ammonia. That's the main emphasis there. And of course, continue to support development of source control technologies and best management practices to minimize nutrient inputs to the Delta. And then on pesticides, what we want to emphasize there is that they frequently, what people use to test toxicity are standard test organisms, and we're starting to see a lot of the researchers look at organisms that are native to the Delta or found in the Delta, which are sometimes different than these test organisms, and we're finding that that is important. So we're emphasizing that. Also, and this is hard to deal with, but we find that after pesticides have been approved for use, then the researchers get to work and they have the evidence to see that that approved pesticide is now causing problems. And so it's a difficult situation to deal with, but we do emphasize that that research continues to be done, and that if necessary, they relook at those approvals for certain pesticides. The other recommendations are fairly generic. Again, look at source control technologies, best management practices for pesticides as well. In general, we thought the ANPR was quite well done. It's a good synthesis document with lots of good references that we support, but we've just chosen to highlight these two particular areas.
Well, if I remember the testimony from U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, this is not a rulemaking hearing. It's a discussion of whether they're going to do a rulemaking hearing, right?
Right.
That's my understanding. And my understanding is what they really, because I did have a chance to talk to Aaron Forsman, and they really intended this to be a synthesis document and to look where there are gaps in knowledge, and to look at how the state and regional boards are doing in implementing aspects of the Clean Water Act, and that was a big purpose of this as well.
When is the deadline for submitting the comments?
April 25th.
April 25?
25.
25, before our next meeting, right?
Yes.
Okay. Joe, one of the things I'm going to suggest after we get council comments and any public comments is we post this draft letter on the website tomorrow and let people digest it, ask for a response or comments back to us. But this is one where I don't think we're going to call a special meeting to comment on a possibility of them establishing a rulemaking hearing sometime in the future, but we ought to give people a chance to electronically provide any observations they care to make. But then my suggestion would be we delegate to you the final editing and changing subject to the discussion we have. Let's see if there are questions from the council. Randy? Don?
I guess just on the last bullet point, then it's where we talk about support develop new analytical methods for detecting pesticides and degradation products at environmentally relevant concentrations. Can you break that down a little more in layperson's terms as to what that means? And what we're asking for is great for scientists to know that, but in the real world, when folks have to, if they do that, what that means. So just take a moment. So
Sam Herder on our staff is our water quality expert, so he'll address that.
The methods that they use now often aren't able to detect these pesticides at low enough concentrations, that the concentrations that the analysis of toxicity shows might be harmful to organisms. So it's a constant struggle to get methods that can detect these in water, in a river, that are at low enough concentrations to tell you what's really going on, what's important. So this sometimes have an effect on folks that are doing monitoring programs where they have to adopt these new methods, and then they do tend to be more expensive. But those kinds of analysis aren't usually required, constantly or every day, just occasionally.
And I think one of the challenges is as the companies develop new pesticides, then the technology needs to keep up with that so that you can measure those new pesticides analytically, and it takes some research and development to be able to do that. And often it's detection limits of those analytical methods can be well above what you might find out in the environment.
and again, I don't know what the rule would call for, but whose responsibility then is to do the monitoring? If you have a licensed product that's used and you're concerned about concentrations, whose responsibility is it? Just, if at the field level it's appropriately applied and meets certain standards, but then if you either by dilution or concentration it gets into other waterways and so forth, whose responsibility does that fall to?
It generally falls to whoever has a discharge permit, or, for example, under the Irrigated Lands program, they have a monitoring program, and they would have to monitor occasionally for whatever pesticides are in use in that area. They usually don't have to monitor everywhere all the time, but they do have to monitor for that. And publicly owned wastewater plants do have to monitor for those constituents in their effluent.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Ms. Marcus, before you came in, there's the comment period on the U.S. EPA Notice of Intended Regulations is the 25th of this month. Staff had presented, and Ms. Hastings presented kind of a draft comment letter from staff on that activity. I had suggested, I think before you came in, that what we do is post this on the web tomorrow and give a week or 10 days for people to electronically tell us whatever they want about the comment letter, but delegate to Mr. Grindstaff the decision on the final form of it. It would probably be different if this were formal rulemaking as opposed to a procedure before formal rulemaking. Yeah.
Do we have to draft it in front of us?
It's in the packet of material, and it's on a Delta Stewardship Council letterhead. Okay. Right.
I will make it a point to discuss the matter with Ms. Marcus before we send the letter out.
Do you have a certain
You do.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone in the audience like to talk about this? It's not a formal action, but simply comments on another agency report. Seeing no hands. Okay, any objection, members, to the suggestion I'd outlined? Post on the website tomorrow the draft letter. Let Mr. Grindstaff and the science team accumulate comments, if any, and then Mr. Grindstaff's authorized to send the letter. If there are fundamental changes, let us know electronically, but I suspect there will not be. Okay, any objection to that? Any objection? Okay, without objection. Okay, Mr. Grindstaff, what's next?
The next item is a panel, and hopefully as this panel moves up, there will then be more seats for everybody in the back, and we have asked the hotel to see if they could come up with more chairs. So know that we are working to alleviate that difficulty. And Mike Hardy is here to kind of guide us through this process.
Well, let me do this. Walk us through the various subject areas for the rest of today and tomorrow, just so we can start with an understanding of how you've organized the presentations.
Okay. The first panel today is the Delta counties and cities talking about land use and about what they are doing in the Delta, and we're anticipating that will last up until lunch, around noon. We have scheduled at 1 o'clock the second panel to talk about protecting and restoring and enhancing the Delta ecosystem. At 3 o'clock, we want to talk about ecosystem restoration and agriculture and how those things relate, and how we can make the system work by having that. And then tomorrow morning we're going to focus on water supply reliability, and we have 2 panels actually tomorrow. So our hope is that tomorrow we're done sometime around lunchtime, so that people can make their flights. And
That's what it's called, a hope, not a guarantee?
That is true. Last month I was hoping that we would be done by 1 or 2, and we got done about 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
I guess it's just a question. Setting this all in context, I believe they're going to be reacting to Draft 2 of the staff draft Delta Plan. Everybody's shaking.
At least in all, totally responding or partially responding?
Partially
anyway.
responding. We're in the process now of putting together staff draft 3, and I believe that will be posted on the web maybe next Friday.
A week from tomorrow, yes.
A week from tomorrow. So just to keep that in mind. And then that will be the topic of discussion, I believe, at our next board meeting.
Later this month.
Later this month.
Yeah.
And at that time, hopefully we will have a more comprehensive package for everybody to take a look at that will have justifications along with policies. And so it will be a bit of a different work product than what these panels are reacting to right now. So
Yeah, I'm assuming so.
I just wanted to make
Just 'cause
sure
of the
that
discussion we've had. But I'm assuming we're not limiting them to just focusing on exactly what was in the second draft, since it was only a
Absolutely not.
partial. So,
No.
the ideal would be for them maybe to react to that, but to tell us what ought to be in the next draft.
Absolutely.
Okay, just want to be clear on that.
Mr. Chair, just
Yes, sir.
on the same point, so the work product, and recognize people have been working very furiously on that, could very well reflect some of the input we get here today. Is that correct, Chris?
We hope that it will.
I would hope so. Okay, good. Thanks.
Okay. All right, and members, we have a bunch of material that arrived last night, and Mr. Koutras, I don't know, I'm going to turn to you. Can you walk us through, or somebody going to walk us through the structure of presentation, how you've organized it and divided it and so on?
Yes, will do, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Whenever you're ready.
now.
All right. We have 8 panelists here today. We have, and they're sitting in order of presentation. We'll have Sacramento County and Sacramento City go first.
Okay,
And-
could you just help us with this material? If we have printed material
Yes.
from each of the entities, would you tell us what it is? And then we want to check to make sure we've got it, because fumbling around in the middle of the testimony means we're spending more time looking at papers to see which is the right one than listening to.
Mr. Chair, we had late notice of the number of copies to bring, and so what's happened is a lot of it has arrived this morning. With your indulgence, I'm going to ask each speaker just before they start to identify the documents that they've brought, so that you can reference that.
Yeah, I tried to I separated them by the cities of Rio Vista and West Sacramento, and then counties alphabetically, only because that allows me to find stuff.
All right. Our order, we are sitting in order, just very quickly. Sacramento County and Sac City will go first, then San Joaquin County. And I do have, we weren't successful in bringing a city with us from San Joaquin County. I do have a letter this morning that I've provided to your staff from the city manager of the city of Tracy, indicating that they will be commenting on future Delta Plan drafts and raising some concerns about notice, et cetera. But
yeah, and we're going to just to let you know, we're going to reach out independently to the cities.
Excellent.
All the cities and all the 5 counties.
Excellent.
Ourselves.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
We are finding that information is not necessarily getting out there, and I think that's good outreach on the council's behalf.
Okay.
The next up would be Yolo County, and then the city of West Sacramento, and then we'll have Solano County and the city of Rio Vista, and then Contra Costa County will close out the presentation.
Okay, wait a minute. Sacramento, Yolo, and then the city of Sacramento County, Sacramento City.
San Joaquin County.
San Joaquin County. And no cities on that one, just the county.
That's correct.
Okay, and then Yolo County and the city of West Sacramento, then
Correct.
Solano County.
And the city of Rio Vista.
And Rio Vista, okay.
And then Contra Costa County.
Got it.
And that is our order for today. Just a couple of comments. I want to thank the council for providing us this time. Primarily, we're going to be focusing on land use and general plan issues that came up, if you recall, back during the white paper times. We started asking for some time. We're not necessarily, and frankly, probably not at all, going to be commenting on some of the questions that Mr. Hardy provided to us. We are deferring our responses until we see draft 3. We're anxiously well, that's probably not true. We're not anxiously awaiting it. We're apprehensively awaiting draft 3. So you will probably not be hearing some of that. But we are here to present our land use issues. We do have some PowerPoint slides, which copies have been provided to you as well, but they'll be up on the screen for the public.
And members, there are 2 PowerPoint copies here. One from Sacramento County, I believe, and then the other one from Yolo.
Well, they go in order. There's 2 sets of slides, and your staff will be putting them up on the screen.
No, I understand. Okay.
All right.
All right.
With that, Mr. Chair, we've asked each speaker to limit themselves to 5 to 7 minutes in their initial presentation, and then be prepared for questions from council.
You've got the big hook that comes out of the corner?
Intuitively, yes. Yeah. We'll work on that. So we'll start with Don Thomas, Senior Planner with Sacramento County.
Mr. Thomas.
Chair Eisenberg, thank you very much, and council members, thank you very much for the opportunity
Just
to be here.
a suggestion, we've learned that if you can grab that and pull it closer, guys, the wiring is so messed up, it's hard to get the microphone to all the people, so can we get a sound tech to come up here and
How
give
about
us...
that? How about that? Is that better?
Yeah, it is better, because we're broadcasting this on simulcast, and it helps to get it closer. Or use Mr. Koutras's
Mr. Chair, I did neglect to mention we do have the mayor of West Sacramento here as part of the panel. We do have the mayor of Rio Vista as part of the panel, and we do have 2 board members from the County of San Joaquin, Supervisors Vogel and Wustaller, here in the audience as well. This is, as you can well imagine,
and
a very important issue.
Oh, I understand. You're going to figure out how to coordinate all that power and get them up here without fist fights and stuff like that?
Well, we're going to do fine with our panel that's here. So,
okay.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All righty.
Mr. Thomas.
Chair Eisenberg, thank you very much, council members. As Pete requested, I'm going to refer to It's about a 9-page handout. If you put it in alphabetical order, Sacramento County. It starts out with a list of 3 questions. And within that handout, I'm going to refer to attachment B throughout my presentation. It's basically a summary of land zoned and designated for general agricultural uses.
This is the one titled Sacramento County Build-Out Data?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
Multiple-page packet, members.
So again, thanks very much. And so in addition to presenting kind of what's in the Delta, you folks have been on tours of the Delta. You started back on April 1st. I know most of the council members have been out there. But also want to take this opportunity not just to share our policies and procedures that we implement in Sacramento County, but I want to also take this opportunity to talk about some of the concerns that we have, and you've heard it from day one with respect to some of the new regulatory provisions that are going to be in the plan as a result of the Reform Act, namely the covered action provision in Water Code 85057.5, and how the consistency review process in Water Code 85225 are going to play out for local governments. I want to compliment your staff. I've met a couple times with Chris Stevens and Eric Nichols, and Terry have been really good about kind of shepherding me through the process, because my role at Sacramento County, I come from the planning world. I now work for DWR, but I also represent Sacramento County on the 5 Delta County TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee. So I've been trying to keep our planning department informed of what's coming down the pike. So again, just want to compliment, again, Chris and Terry and Eric for doing that. So what's out there in the Delta, in the unincorporated part of Sacramento County? It's about 100,000 acres. Actually, I'd like to steal Scott's map if we can pull that up. I provided you a map of our presentation, this map, mainly for illustrative purposes, that essentially of the 100,000 or so acres in the unincorporated area, it's essentially designated for general agricultural uses with zoning that ranges between AG 20, which are 20-acre minimums, and AG 80. And I also want to talk about some of the other regulatory tools that we have there. So if you look at that attachment B in that chart I gave you, of the 86,000 acres.
This is the page 4 when you're looking at.
Right. And but if you turn to attachment B, which I think is about 2 pages in,
okay,
there's a table that says primary zone data summary.
Oh, and then, okay. Yes. Yes, sir.
So if you go to the top of that table, you're going to note the first 3 general agricultural zoning designations, AG 20, AG 80. If you add those 3 totals up, it sums up to about 76,000 and change in acres of the entire primary zone. So the message I'm trying to send is, and you see it in the Reform Act, and you see it in the first couple versions of the Delta Plan, in terms of preserving that amenity. And as you know, the 5 counties fought long and hard to get a third leg of the stool in on the Reform Act. And it's mentioned quite frankly, and Mr. Koutras has brought this to your attention in previous meetings, Chair, that while co-equal goals are defined in 85054, the preamble in Public Resources Code that talks about achieving co-equal goals mentions preserving ag resources and unique cultural resources in the Delta. So working from north to south, so starting in Freeport, the little town of Freeport, which is in the unincorporated area, working all the way south down to Sherman Island, we have 3 or 4 or 5 different legacy communities: Cortland, Walnut Grove, Locke, and the city of Cortland, or the town of Cortland. And one really cool land use tool that we have in our packet at Sacramento County in terms of regulatory requirements, they're called SPAs, Special Planning Areas. And essentially they're standalone zoning designations. I didn't want to overwhelm the council with paperwork, but I certainly can provide staff. So with each of those legacy communities, and in my previous life as a zoning administrator for Sacramento County, I used to sign building permits off, and it was always a challenge when folks came in with building permits in these legacy communities, because I knew I was going to have to roll out drawers and drawers and drawers of information. But having an SPA, a special planning area that applied to these certain legacy communities, certainly helped with regulation and getting folks through the process. Remember, it's all about certainty and predictability. I call it the Top Cat theory. You know what that is? Transparency and openness perpetuate certainty, accountability, and transparency. How about that? And then another tool we have in our toolbox in Sacramento County, we have NPAs, which are neighborhood preservation areas. The little town of Freeport is subject to an NPA. And basically what these do is they regulate kind of the historical character found in the Delta with respect to architectural designs, development standards, and actually land uses. So I guess the message I'm sending, and the other thing I want to send, the other thing I tried to capture also in that handout, go to attachment A. So what's our Board of Supervisors been doing in Sacramento County with respect to maintaining the unique resources down in the Delta? Well, attachment A captures the 18 rezones that have been approved by our Board of Supervisors going all the way back to 1992. And essentially, if you look, it's kind of hard to follow. I mean, I've been looking at this a long time, but if it's kind of hard to follow, if you look at the zoning from what to what, you're going to notice there's rezones like, for example, from AG 80, again, that's our 80-acre minimum, to AG 40. You're not going to see any major rezones that create zoning designations that would allow the construction of an auto mall or a hotel or anything like that. So I think our Board of Supervisors has done an amazing job trying to maintain that character down in the Delta. You'll see in a couple spots where there were some rezones, for example, the city of Cortland. Because our board acts as our regulatory folks, they take actions to create these SPAs and NPAs. What's great timing with respect to the Delta plan and syncing it all up, you know better than I how the Reform Act calls out for consistency with a whole host of other plans that are in the works, the Economic Sustainability Plan, the Coastal Conservancy Act and whatnot. What's really good timing for Sacramento County is we're in the midst, well, we're towards the end of, I wish one of our board members were here that could speak on this. Oh, there is. We're almost to the end of going through a lengthy of our general plan update. So within our general plan update, we have a Delta protection element. We have an ag element, and we have a economic development element. Oh, he's giving, really? Wow. And then we have an economic development element, all contain policies that maintain and enhance and hopefully get to that co-equal goals. And I guess the statement that I made on our first slide, I don't know if we can go back to it, the policies in our general plan, the way that we implement our zoning provisions, I believe are all consistent with the co-equal goals. I don't think there's any conflicts there. So the message I hope I sent is Sacramento County, I'm not going to speak for my other colleagues, but we have a hierarchy of regulatory authority in the county that I think is consistent with what you folks are trying to do. So the questions, for example, I've posed to Mr. Stevens is, and I've heard Chair Eisenberg say this a number of times to other folks, that you're sort of spinning your wheels because it's in statute. Co-equal goals is in statute. Covered actions is in statute. I guess from a local government perspective, we just need to figure out how that's going to be implemented that we can share with our folks. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to
Don, question?
Yeah, just very quickly, Don, on your attachment B, I think for all the folks, both panel members and in the audience, you've got the zone, and AG is ag, but I think if you could, as a supplement, if it's not in the attachment, to provide what some of those zones mean, because if we go down to about a third of the way down the chart, we see DW. That's your Delta Waterway Zone,
right.
and it has a large amount of acreage committed to that, but that basically is the recreational element. That recognizes your marinas, your activities that support boating, fishing, and a host of other activities in the Delta. But unless that's known as far as those zoning categories, and then M1, M2, that's industrial. Those are processing facilities. And I assume that with other counties and jurisdictions, they have similar, but they're not always the same in every jurisdiction.
Right.
So.
That's an excellent pickup, Supervisor Natoli, and that's why I included, it's the next to the last piece of the handout. I actually included our Delta Waterway zoning designation because I thought that's a key piece. Again, of our regulatory toolbox that we have.
That's this piece of the attachment, like behind the map. Is that the
right?
Okay.
Right.
But that does not...
This is from your zoning code?
Code,
Yeah.
correct.
Code.
And that includes all, does it include the other zoning categories?
No, it does not.
Okay, so I
No.
think, just, again, I don't want to, inundate people with paperwork either, but I think it would be useful for folks to know because there will be some theme of consistency as you go through the various jurisdictions, counties, and cities. But there are some variations in
Sure, no, absolutely, I can do
call
that.
certain things. So.
Just for curiosity, what's a ZOO zone?
That's an animal zone. You can only have animals there. No, what it is, it's a pickup from our assessor's database. It's when you have multiple zonings on a piece of property.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so you consolidate.
It's not a land use
It's
designation.
not even an acronym.
It's not even a land use designation. It's something that our assessor's office picks up as having multiple zones.
Can we assume that all the other counties in the Delta have adopted Sacramento's pattern of zoning, so the terms are the same?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Ms. Thomas, let me just ask you a question, and this would be for everyone. In the various white papers we've gotten over the last 9 months, including the one on agriculture, our consultants have given us a calculation of just data, total acreage within the county boundaries, total acreage within the primary zone, total acreage. I don't know whether you've looked at that, but I would appreciate it if you could look at it. We just simply want to verify just the factual information that we have.
Sure, absolutely.
We'd appreciate that very much.
I know I'm over, but one point, can I make one point, Pete, please? So, Chair, you mentioned the white papers. One point I did want to bring up, and if one of my other colleagues are going to bring it up, that's fine. But I wanted to talk a little about some of the data that's in the basis for findings document, particularly in Chapter 9. Because your first item today, you talked about the EPA rulemaking document, and I think it's the nature of what we do as planners, as we put plans together. You begin to pick up on pieces of information, and that information slides to the next document, and it slides to the next document. I first found it in the 2007 Trends and Studies document for DWR. But the idea that the Delta can support 130,000 new dwelling units over the next 10 years, or 13,000 dwelling units per year. I think that's the sorts of information. In fact, it'll be in our written comments. For a while, I stepped away from local government, and I worked at state housing and community development. I worked in the policy division. And I suspect that number that was in that trends document comes from some data when times were really good. And certainly everybody in this room wants to see things turn around. But the idea that 130,000, the Delta can support, 13,000 new dwelling units per year, I don't know how realistic that is anymore. So I would ask that you look at that sort of information. But that comment is actually going to be in the Sacramento County comment letter.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Chair Eisenberg, members, and staff of the council, I'm Scott Mindy with the City of Sacramento. Firstly, I'd like to say
Scott,
that
we don't have anything in writing. Is that correct?
other than the PowerPoint,
Got
and
it.
so I'm
Okay.
going to be actually fairly brief here. City of Sacramento is supportive of the co-equal objectives guiding the efforts of this council. Our comment letter of January 26th during the scoping meetings identified our concerns related to certainty and predictability. The city has limited geography within the statutory delta. Therefore, we're really trying to determine the extent to which we have a dog in this fight. This map that you have in front of you on the PowerPoint slide shows the delta primary and secondary zones. And we have a project, Delta Shores, which actually it looks like it fell off the slide. Actually, if you could stay on there for a second.
Go back to it, and then we'll figure.
Yeah.
Just point out I know where it is, but
Essentially, it's just north of Freeport. Delta Shores project is 782 acres. A very small portion of it is in the secondary zone. The map is not precise, so it's difficult to tell, but I'm guessing it's probably under 50 acres at the very most.
Members, for those of you who took the tour, this is a site, I'm going to say adjacent, but I think part of it is not adjacent, but very near the Sacramento Regional Treatment Plant that was part of the tour, and it is, correct me, Scott, it's directly south of a neighborhood now called Meadowview.
Correct.
Okay. And there's a golf course. When you drive up from Stockton, you look over to the left, there's a golf course, and there's some open areas that are still being farmed. That's the area we're talking about.
So there's about 88 acres on the west side of I-5, and the bulk of it, about 700 acres
But
or so.
that's
is
secondary
east.
zone.
Only a small portion of it
Yes.
is in the secondary. None of it is actually in the primary zone.
Yeah, right.
The city adopted an environmental impact report and the legislative entitlements for this project in January of 2009. What remains on the project, and we also had an EIR on the interchange at I-5 and Cosumnes River Boulevard. So what remains in terms of discretionary entitlements are quasi-judicial development plan review and building permits. So moving on to the questions now, we're in essence trying to gauge the extent to which the Delta Plan applies to the City of Sacramento and the scope of the Stewardship Council's review. So the first question that we're trying to understand is, would the Delta Plan actually apply within the secondary zone? And then also, what about outside of the legal delta? And that really goes to the question of the scope of the authority is limited not only to the statutory delta, but actually the entire study area, which includes area that are part of the watershed and part of the areas that draw their water from the delta. And then the second question is, given that the Delta Shores project already had undergone environmental review, what would the scope of review be here? And then the third question is, on the water resources side of it, would that also apply to development, since the city is not only a land use agency but also a water supplier? But that actually concludes my presentation.
Oh, okay.
If we can have a dialogue on these questions, that'd be great.
Well, Sacramento converted all of its agricultural land to or almost all, a long time ago.
Yes.
Which is why you're down to the last 44 acres, or if I remember correctly, our consulting team had tried to figure out what was pending in cities and counties and for development areas, and I'm doing this from memory, so it may be wrong, but there were 23,000 acres of land in the entire statutory delta that have been designated within city spheres of influence. Cumulatively, the largest single proportion of that is San Joaquin County. 20,000 acres jumps out at me, but that may not be precisely right. Sacramento had just a sliver of acreage, under 400 acres is my recollection, but I'm not even positive. And we'll explore that more when we get with the city folks, because the sphere of influence and their plans seems to be the focus. But you're right, Sacramento has little land left. I mean, the pocket's gone, and it's now houses, and Natomas is, yeah, right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Could you tilt that mic up just a little bit, please? Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having us. We appreciate coming. I'm the Community Development Director of San Joaquin County, and I've been with the county about 24 years. There seem to be a lot of, I think, urban myths surrounding just what's happened in San Joaquin County when it comes to the loss of agricultural land and development in the primary and secondary zones of the Delta. San Joaquin County is comprised of 920,000 acres. We have 7 cities, and as Community Development Director of the county, I have no jurisdiction, as you know, in any of the cities. So I'll be speaking today from the context of just the unincorporated portion of San Joaquin County. About a third of the county's land is located in the legally defined delta. Just over 187,000 acres lies within the primary zone of the delta. The secondary zone, the unincorporated portion, is about 87,000 acres. And these statistics are included in our handouts. We have a fact sheet, a 2-page fact sheet, or it's back and front, and then we have just a brief outline of my presentation this morning. Most of the land in the primary zone of the Delta is shown as either general agriculture or open space resource conservation. And the OSRC, Open Space Resource Conservation designation, is something that's used along watercourses, riparian habitat. We have 155,000 acres of general agriculture, about 31,000 acres of OSRC. There are some very small amounts of other general plan designated property, a little bit of commercial freeway service up, really small, 18 acres on the west side of I-5 that's never developed. It's subject to horrendous flooding issues. We have some small pockets of crossroads commercial, mainly reflective of old historic commercial uses in ag areas that were designed to provide either bait or fishing tackle to recreational people, or a carton of milk and a loaf of bread to people living out in the ag areas. We also have one area of commercial recreation, the Tower Park Marina, and that's a water-dependent type of recreational facility. The county general plan that we're still using is referred to as the General Plan 2010, and it was adopted back in July of 1992. And I'd like to break my presentation down into...
But you've done updates of it frequently, right?
Well, what we've done is we're working now on a comprehensive update of the entire plan, and we're anticipating taking it before our Board of Supervisors probably in early spring of 2012 for certification of the EIR and adoption of the new general plan. Since the general plan was approved in 1992, we have done periodic updates of it, not on a comprehensive basis, but we have changed policies, some land use designations, not, however, in the primary zone of the Delta. And we did amend the general plan in 1996 to incorporate the language from the Delta Protection Commission regarding protection of the primary zone of the Delta. We were very careful to do that. We've amended it up to 4 times a year as permitted by state law, but largely all the amendments in the general plan have been in areas outside of the Delta. The existing general plan does contain very strong policies regarding the location of urban development and the preservation of agricultural land. And since adoption of the general plan in 1992, there have been no conversions in the primary zone of the Delta from agriculture to urban, and there have only been, in the rest of the county, there have been less than 300 acres converted in the unincorporated portion of San Joaquin County from agriculture to a non-agricultural urban type land use designation. The development that has occurred outside of the county.
And you're still talking about the unincorporated
Yes.
portion, so the cities may have done other things.
Correct. There have been annexations of farmland into the cities, particularly the cities of Lathrop and Stockton. Some of these have been developments that have occurred in the secondary zone of the Delta. I really can't speak to those because those are within the purview and the permitting responsibility of incorporated cities.
One of the things that, you don't have to do it here, but when we got our consultant report on agriculture in the Delta, the thing that caught all of our attention is that from 1984, we've lost about 66,000 acres of ag land, which is about an 11% drop. And that's all the counties collectively. But I suspect the largest was San Joaquin, because San Joaquin has the largest proportion of land and agricultural land in the statutory Delta. Any sense, we understand the unincorporated territories don't have much clearly ascertainable development, but any sense from your professional judgment about what the cities in the county have?
Have meaning, I'm not sure what.
Is city development likely to take further ag land out of production?
The city, you would really best put that question to the cities. The cities do show additional ag land to be developed during their general planning period, as shown in their spheres of influence. There is still a lot of available infill land in most of the cities, and I know the city that I'm most familiar with as a resident of the city of Stockton, the city of Stockton does have to, as a result of their settlement with the Attorney General's office on their recent general plan litigation, they do have to hit some fairly heroic target numbers numbers for infill in their incorporated area.
Before they can reach new...
Well, you really need to talk to the cities about that, because I don't want to give you misleading information about any of the cities. The development, though, has occurred on the fringes of cities as cities urbanize the agricultural land and convert land from agriculture to urban land use. One of the main constraints to development, too, from a natural perspective, is that the land in the Delta in San Joaquin County has significant flooding issues. The general plan limits now development in the Delta to agricultural uses, water-dependent type recreational uses, and open space. And even to pull a building permit for a residence on an agricultural parcel in the Delta, we don't see that many of these, because in some cases you may have to elevate 17 to 20 feet above the grade elevation. So it becomes extremely impractical and extremely costly for a farmer to even try to build a single-family residence on his or her property in the Delta.
Does San Joaquin County's general plan anticipate flood bypass system in South County?
I think we'll respond to that question when we respond to the list of questions that we were sent and the third draft of the plan.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyway, since 1992, we really haven't seen that much action in the Delta primary zone. There has been development in the secondary zone. The Mountain House Newtown, which is north of I-205 in the northwestern portion of the county, has developed. We've issued about 3,600 building permits in that area, and that is a new town planned around the principles of smart growth with clearly definable boundaries and CSD that was really put together just to provide services for that particular area.
Could you highlight where that is on this map? I can't read it.
I'm sorry. It's located, it's an area north of the city of Tracy.
Got it.
If you look on the map, there's a brown area in the far left-hand corner.
Far left. You're talking about this area? No.
It's just north of the city of Tracy.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Oh, I see it.
Yes.
I see it.
And that's our Mountain House Newtown.
you.
And that was
Thank you.
planned with a full jobs housing balance and a range of affordable housing.
Okay.
Expected to build out over a 20 to 40-year period. Where we are now with our general plan is that we are about halfway, maybe two-thirds of the way into a comprehensive update. We've done several rounds of community workshops in 14 outlying communities in the county, and we've interviewed stakeholders. We've worked and coordinated with all 7 cities, and in fact, we coordinate with our cities pursuant to our general plan requirements really on any land use application that's within the city's sphere of influence or near the city. So there is a lot of coordination. We've had visioning workshops with the community, and there's a couple of community themes that keep coming out from the residents of San Joaquin County. They're very keen on preserving agricultural land, and they're very concerned about the loss of agricultural land as cities annex. They are concerned with the preservation of the San Joaquin Delta and Delta agriculture. They are very concerned about the maintenance of adequate water quality and quantity in the county, and they also, without being primed by anyone, seem to be very much concerned about the location of some type of a conveyance system in San Joaquin County.
More than location.
Yeah, we're hearing that loud and strong over and over. I can't...
The way you sum it up is no canal.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
Really to the point. Yeah, tell the story. We don't have a crystal ball, and I can't tell you ever what our board will do because we are staff to the Board of Supervisors. But when we interviewed our board individually for getting their ideas about what they want to carry forward into the new general plan and what they would like the new general plan to be all about, I did hear a common theme from our board. I heard it from other stakeholders. We've heard it from community members that, by and large, the policies regarding the location of urban development and the policies regarding ag preservation, they're really comfortable with. What they would like to see would be in some areas, particularly along major transportation corridors, maybe some additional commercial and industrial development. But they're not talking about industrial and commercial development in the primary zone of the Delta. And there are a lot of misconceptions with our general plan now about where you can develop. You can really develop in an urban community, which is a non-incorporated community that has public services. You can develop on an infill basis in a rural community, which is an area like Clements that doesn't have full public services. Or you go to some of the fringe area of one of the 7 incorporated cities, and there are pockets of county in all of the cities. But there's really no way to go out into an ag area and develop in San Joaquin County. Now, you can put in a winery, or you could put in a packing shed or a cold storage facility, because these are uses that fit in with the agricultural zoning designation and general plan designation. But to go develop out in the rural areas of the county, you just can't do. There hasn't been the creation of huge rural residential areas. There have not been the creation of ranchettes. We do have antiquated subdivisions in the county that were created by, Ma and Pa Kettle sitting down at the kitchen table and drawing a map on a piece of paper and recording it in 1915 with the county surveyor, and we do have those. But we have not seen urbanization in the agricultural areas, and we have not seen the conversion of this land. One way to develop in an ag area would be to do a new community. But doing a new community is not for the faint of heart. And Mountain House project sponsors spent about 17 years working with our department before they ever pulled a building permit. And so the requirements for creating a new community, a new town, are horrendous. It's basically to create a standalone community like another Mountain House.
Carrie, can you wrap up, please?
I will wrap up. Thank you very much. What I would like to leave you with is are the facts, and the facts are that San Joaquin County has been a very good steward of land use, that our board has held the line on urbanization in the primary, secondary, and other parts of the county, and that we don't expect significant changes in those types of policies in the new general plan.
Yeah. By the way, thank you for the statistical sheet, because we'll match that up with ours,
Great.
and if there are discrepancies, we want to give you a call on that.
Thank you.
Thank you
and
very much.
I'll review the white paper with our GIS team
Great.
and
Thank
correct
you.
any statistical
Appreciate
problems.
that. Appreciate that.
All right, we're going to go to Yolo County next. Thank you.
Just quickly, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Chairman.
Patrick.
Carrie, thanks. The new or the updated general plan then isn't going to permit some of the rural residential subdivisions that have occurred over the years, some of them in the past, but in Lockford, Clements area, or near Tracy and so forth. There are a lot of low-density houses that have been built over a long period of time, to be sure, but nevertheless are there.
The existing general plan does not permit the expansion of rural residential areas, and the rural residential is a defined term. That's a specific general plan designation contained in our existing general plan. And there is a 1 square mile area in the southeast part of Tracy called Valpico that was permitted to develop along those lines in the existing general plan. Areas such as Murata. Murata is an existing rural residential area east of Stockton, and that area has not been expanded, that rural residential area. We've talked to hundreds of people over the last 19 years that have wanted to expand it. We've said there's really no way to expand it given the existing general plan policies. We don't expect big changes in those policies. Now, there have been people who have built houses on agricultural parcels. Almost the entire delta is zoned either AG 80 or AG 40 in the primary zone. You can put a house on an agricultural parcel. You can put a single-family residence as long as you have access and you meet some other requirements. But again, in the delta, we haven't seen a big onslaught of people wanting to put residences on those parcels because the flooding issue is so significant.
The ones in the Delta near Thornton that are new, that are west of Interstate 5, those are all pursuant to prior rights to build then?
Right now, if you bought a property in an ag area, and it could be below zone minimum, it could be a 12-acre parcel in an AG 80 zoned area, you can come in as long as you meet ordinance requirements you get a building permit, basically. It's a ministerial over-the-counter permit. We're not creating a new parcel,
Right.
but we're allowing you to build a house on an agricultural parcel.
Right.
And those houses in the Thornton area are, there are small parcels throughout the ag areas. We don't deny that. There are a lot of parcels below zone minimum. And generally, you need about 2 acres in order to accommodate a septic tank and a well, and you need to have public access, and we would issue a building permit.
You don't have to do it now, but is there a way to capture how many buildable parcels there are in the primary and secondary zone in San Joaquin County?
I can't tell you how many buildable parcels, because that would involve getting a lot of information that we may not have access to about that property.
Yeah.
But I can tell you how many parcels are out there, and I could tell you how many parcels there are then that could potentially accommodate a house if, in fact, they were going to meet all the requirements, get proof of access, et cetera. And I believe we did that several years ago when this plan was beginning. But I really, honestly, and I've been around a long time in that department, and I'm a really hands-on director, and I'm up at that counter all the time.
Right.
We don't have people lining up and taking numbers to build houses in the Delta when they've got to elevate 10, 15, 20 feet. So that really, I can't stress what a constraint to development that is already, even for building a house in the Delta. Very difficult.
Is there a list of Williamson Act cancellations or conversions?
What we could do is I would be happy to provide you with a list of Williamson Act contract cancellations that the county has approved. There aren't very many. We don't do them very often. At the food chain of planning, they're right at the top.
But I can think of a couple that spurred development.
Those are probably ones that were done for development in the city of Stockton, like Spanos Park.
Correct.
That would have been something that, I believe we may have processed that, but even now, we don't see requests for that in San Joaquin County because they're not able to really develop those kinds of parcels into urban development with the existing general plan.
Thank you.
But I'd be more than happy to get a list
Sure.
for you.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. We're off to Yolo County.
All right. Good morning, Chair Eisenberg and members of the Council. I'm David Morrison, the Assistant Director for Planning and Public Works. We've been asked to respond to questions posed by DSC staff and the facilitator, which we received late Friday afternoon. With regards to questions 2 through 4, a detailed discussion of the county's comments on the policies and recommendations for Chapters 5, 7, and 8 in the second staff draft Delta Plan has been provided in the correspondence sent on April 12th from Chair Rexroad to Chair Eisenberg, and so I'd refer you to that letter.
Which we posted a day or two after that on our website.
Thank you. With regards to question 1, the county's interests regarding flood risk are to protect human health and life, to limit public costs, and to minimize property damage. The county's interests regarding land use in the Delta are to participate in regional efforts to promote the sustainability of Clarksburg, the viability of agriculture, the habitat needs of the Yolo Natural Heritage Program, and the water resources needed for the success of each of those efforts. In terms of reducing Delta flood risk, county and city interests are similar in that no jurisdiction is an island. The Delta is a complex system of water conveyance structures, and what one jurisdiction does to modify that system affects the other components. Our interests are mutual. Where we differ is our access to resources. Cities typically have high cost-to-benefit ratios that allow for federal and state cost sharing on levee improvements. Rural areas do not. Because of the more valuable tax base, cities generally have greater resources for ongoing levee inspections and maintenance. Reclamation districts in rural areas do not. As a result, cities tend to be more active in reducing or eliminating flood risk, while rural areas often adopt more cost-appropriate passive solutions that involve flood-proofing or structural elevation. Regarding the third part of question 1, concerning the balance of floodplain protection with pressures for development in the secondary zone, the county does not have any direct interest. The only unincorporated area located within the secondary zone in Yolo County is a portion of the Vic Fazio Wildlife Area within the Yolo Bypass, which the county has designated as open space. There are two co-equal goals established by the legislature that define the aims of the long-term management plan for the Delta. The first, providing a more reliable water supply for California and protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem, address issues that go beyond the Sacramento-San Joaquin watershed involving Southern California and marine fisheries. As such, while Yolo County has interests that are directly affected by the policies made regarding these issues, their management by necessity will be decided in the broader realm of state interests. The second co-equal goal, however, involves issues that are more local. Protecting and enhancing the cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values of the Delta are land use matters that have historically been addressed by local jurisdictions, who are intimately attuned to the unique character of the region. For more than 50 years, Yolo County has pursued a philosophy consistent with the primary goal of its 1958 general plan. Quote, the highest and best use of land within Yolo County is one that combines minimum urbanization with the preservation of productive farm resources and open space amenities, close quote. This has been applied throughout the unincorporated area, and most particularly within the portion of the county that lies within the Delta. A few brief points serve to illustrate our long-standing commitment to this ideal. 99.7% of the 73,000 acres that lie within the primary and secondary zone of the Delta are designated in our general plan as agricultural open space. The general plan anticipates a maximum of 170 homes could be built in the Delta over the next 20 years. 87% of those homes would be ancillary to existing farm uses. That number, however, will, as Ms. Sullivan said, likely be significantly reduced due to the recent adoption of FEMA firm maps that have designated the entire Clarksburg region as an area of deep flooding, requiring structural elevation for homes anywhere between 6 and 25 feet. Over the past 20 years, 47 new homes have been built within the Delta. 75% of those were located on farmland. As a result of this low growth pattern, the population of the Delta within Yolo County has been stable at about 1,500 residents.
That's both secondary and primary zones?
Yes. For us, again, the secondary and primary are almost synonymous.
In unincorporated?
In the unincorporated area.
Yeah, okay.
Yolo County has a number of general plan policies that discourage the creation of new parcels in agricultural areas. As a result, since 1992, only 13 parcel maps have been approved within the Delta, creating a total of 23 new parcels. 70% of those new lots were located within existing residential zones in Clarksburg. Another 10% of the lots were created to allow for wetland mitigation banking. In contrast, since 1990, nearly 15,000 acres of farmland have been converted to wetlands throughout Yolo County, much of which has occurred within the Delta. More specifically, between 2000 and 2008, 1,371 acres of farmland were lost to urbanization, compared to 4,225 acres of farmland lost to wetlands, a ratio of more than 3 to 1. The general plan focuses on the Delta throughout its document, a general plan that was adopted in late 2009, integrating more than 50 policies and actions into every element. Among these are policies to connect the Bay Delta Trail with other proposed regional trails, establish Clarksburg as a recreation and tourism gateway for the Delta, reduce methyl mercury levels in the environment, support the Delta Conservancy, and develop a natural communities conservation plan to provide a regional approach to habitat preservation. The general plan also recognizes the critical importance of Clarksburg as the premier agricultural area within Yolo County. Clarksburg is part of an American viticultural area with more than 10,000 acres planted in vineyards. It's home to a thriving winery industry, including Bogle Vineyards, Carvalho, Herringer, and Wilson Vineyards. Several Napa Valley wineries also maintain land within the appellation, including Corbel Champagne, Sutter Home Winery, and Silverado. On a per-acre basis, we estimate that Clarksburg is the most valuable wine region within the Central Valley and is only about 15% less valuable than vineyards in San Luis Obispo. As fuel prices continue to increase, the cost of shipping grapes out of Clarksburg will make local crops less competitive for use as blending juice in Lodi or Napa, which occurs quite a bit currently. If these fuel prices make these contracts too untenable, vineyards may no longer be maintained on an economically feasible basis in the Clarksburg region. If a large portion of the existing and future vineyards currently planned is lost, there will not be sufficient economies of scale to develop the value-added benefits of local wineries, since processing depends on volume. Without the wineries and the attendant tasting and ancillary activities, the opportunity to support local agriculture and generate new tourism opportunities would be dealt a severe blow. By strengthening the local farm economy, the Yolo County and the general plan ensures the future success of recreational tourism, supports the legacy town of Clarksburg, and maintains agriculture with its attendant open space and habitat amenities. That concludes my presentations. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Okay. Don? Okay. Thank you. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr.
Good to see you.
Chairman, members of the council. Glad to be here again.
This is page 5 of the slide presentation in front of you.
If our friends in San Joaquin get a heart attack, the state comes in and administers CPR to us, so I'm glad to be here to talk about some of the issues that West Sacramento is quite different from the presentations that you've heard thus far. Radically so. And so I want to take a moment. You know West Sacramento because many of your meetings have been there, 7 blocks away from here.
Most of our meetings have been there.
But there's a radical asymmetry between the regulatory and policy environment that's envisioned under this version of the plan between this location for your meetings and that 7 blocks away. And so we've talked about that previously, but I want to give you a better sense of the rest of the community that we've been talking about. And so on the screen is both where West Sacramento is in the Delta, which you're well familiar with. We are the one city in Yolo County that is in the Delta.
But only secondary zone.
Right, exactly. Most of the city is in the Delta, and all of that portion is in the secondary zone. In addition, there's a small portion of unincorporated area immediately to the south of the city that is the Yolo County portion of the secondary zone that David talked about that's in the unincorporated area.
Is that in your sphere of influence, or there's some rumblings about that anyway?
There are Placer County-based developers that own property there, but we are one of the few cities in the region that that has no sphere of influence and has no general plan area that extends beyond its city limits, and we never have. So our planning horizon is entirely within the limits, the current incorporated city limits of West Sacramento. So I say most of the city is in the secondary zone of the Delta, just south of the railroad tracks. It has traditionally been the poorest city in Yolo County and one of the poorest cities in the Sacramento region. And so part of our efforts regionally have been to address the environmental justice issues associated with an asymmetric regulatory environment that only affects Meadowview, West Sacramento, and the not-so-poor part of Sacramento in the pocket. But that's what we're contemplating today. So the distinctions really matter for us between the primary zone and the secondary zone. And I won't belabor the point because I've been here before with you making that case why Councilmember Marcus couldn't get a good cup of coffee in downtown, and why we're in the process of permitting that coffee place is now open.
We noticed that the last time we were meeting there, but also you had specifically mentioned to us something that intrigued a bunch of us, that because it's secondary zone, there are portions of the city of West Sacramento that you argued for flood purposes alone ought to be treated differently, and the I don't think you used this word, but the irrationality of a decision made in the mid-1950s about boundaries does not reflect current situation. You had a different word for it.
No, that's exactly right, and it is partly this sort of the distinction between our city hall and this hotel. Which I mean, for the smelt, for a water user, for a bird, I mean, there's no distinction. It just happens to be the Reclamation 900. When the boundaries of the legal delta were drawn, did include areas of the delta that were hydrologically, habitat-wise. Any person coming down from Mars would say, yeah, that's the delta. But their boundaries also extended up to our railroad tracks and included our downtown. That's the reason. No one did a survey and said this is an essential part of the waterworks or of the ecological works for California. But we happen to be in that situation, and it matters when it hasn't made a big difference to this stage. Simply because none of the agencies, including the Delta Protection Commission upon which I've served, have really treated the secondary zone as being that much different from outside of the Delta. So it hasn't made that much of a difference. Under this regime, it would be it has the potential to be radically different, which is why we've been paying so much attention to it. So if we could go back to the map just for one second before I get to the issue summary. So as you can see, although David said there's no place is an island in Yolo County, we actually are geographically one at this time of the year. When the bypass is flooded and the weir is flooded, that we are completely surrounded by water. And the importance of that is that there's a single levee system that protects the entire city. Right, so unlike some of the larger cities in Stockton and Sacramento, where portions of the city are either outside of a floodplain or they are in distinct floodplains where you can say, let's fix one now and then we'll get to the next one later. For West Sacramento, it's the entire place all at once, that you either do the ring or you don't do the ring. That's important because as you look at the southern part of that map, and if you're a planner or an elected official, you see there's a lot of green there, you think, well, maybe you shouldn't be developing down there. because that's more open space. It's not really mostly active agriculture. It's been owned by developers for 2 generations, but it's open space. Maybe we shouldn't develop there. Maybe we'll make that sort of the more active secondary zone. It's an essential part of the system of flood protection for the entire urban portion of that city. And so the property assessments, the sales taxes, all the other local sources of funding that are necessary to protect the old urban, the historic urban parts of the city are part and parcel of what's occurring in the southern half of the city as well. And so we can't divide them in 2 or 3 or 4 and say we're going to only, the urban area is fundamentally different from the suburban area of the city in terms of flood protection because it's a single floodplain protected by a single set of levees. So the distinction between the primary and secondary zones are critical. In terms of the questions that your staff has prepared, on most of the substantive issues in the plan, we have no quarrel with them. In fact, I've been active in this sphere for a long time, I would encourage you to take the most aggressive approach possible to protect the co-equal goals of the deltas. It's not about for us, it's not principally about the policy objectives because most of them don't really affect the issues within our purview of the secondary zone. But there are ones that really do make a difference. And so one is on flood control itself. And as many of you know, the process of building levees, of making changes to the levee system is extraordinarily complex. It's extraordinarily expensive. There is no, frankly, comprehensive, complete state or federal framework for getting this done. We're doing it. We have a $500 million levee program underway that we're building a levee at a time to get to that stage. Between the Corps and FEMA and DWR and all of the other regulatory agencies, it is the most fragile project you can imagine. For a city of 47,000 people to undertake a $500 million program of anything is already a big lift.
And after much travail, you convince the citizens to actually support an assessment on themselves.
That's right. We're the only city in the country that has a property assessment, a developer assessment, and a sales tax all dedicated to flood control and to flood protection generally in order to accomplish this. But so you can imagine that you have to be very cautious that any additional sort of agency declaring we're in charge of flood control now has the easy potential of pulling the last straw out of that Jenga structure, and the whole thing falls apart, and then we're unable to protect the community as a whole. And so paying attention to that, we're critical partners with DWR right now and moving to a much more rational levee approach with a lot more. We're going to be the first major place in the Delta to be building setback levees as opposed to just taking the existing levee systems and making them bigger and taller and stronger and putting mini-marts inside of them. We are trying to really set the tone for what new flood protection strategies ought to look like, and it's essential that the regulatory process not make that even more complex and fragile than it is today. Second is and I've learned this at the DPC, that the extent to which you have to deal with 10,000 covered actions, and we would be generating 5,000 of them because we are aggressively rezoning land and issuing permits. That's part of what and I'll talk about that in just a second, but we're aggressively doing that. And if you had to even review, even in a ministerial way, half of what we're doing alone, your ability to focus on the actual co-equal goals and the core threats to the sustainability of the Delta, its ecosystem, and water conveyance, you'd be overwhelmed. And that is what happened to us at the Delta Protection Commission. We were able to say, look, we've commented on 1,700 EIRs, but we haven't actually done anything because we commented on the City of West Sacramento City Hall EIR, which had no impact on the Delta, but we checked it off our list. So I would just encourage you, for your own benefit, but certainly for ours, if every one of those have to go through another level of review as a covered action in the secondary zone, it will distract you, and it will substantially reduce our ability to get things done. We had a solution in the statute to deal with a big chunk of that, which was to say that the sustainable community strategies that are being developed by the MPOs, in our case SACOG, and I chair the committee that's writing the SCS for our region, that those would be sort of the proxy for the state's interests with the active engagement of this council in their development. The SCSs aren't mentioned at all in the draft plan, and we obviously think that's a critical omission that we got to deal with. We need to acknowledge that that's
Grindstaff's taking a note.
That is supposed to be a very important safe harbor area around how this is all supposed to work together. both around the, and then secondarily, and the same issue around maintenance of existing facilities. We are the home and operate the Port of Sacramento, now called the Port of West Sacramento, and its system of the ship channel and the port itself are critical infrastructure. And so the question, its maintenance and operations were expressly called out in the statute, but we want to make sure in the plan that there's an acknowledgement that our, when we do maintenance dredging, for example, that doesn't trigger a whole nother. Now, the deepening project is a different matter, but the maintenance dredging projects and the sorts of issues that they're respected as well. So the reason why I mentioned this hotel versus city hall issue is that when we have a hard boundary at the edge of the delta, it's not like our taxes. The marginal rate of regulation does not increase as you get closer to the delta. It's just like no regulation at all, and then you hit the river. At the hotel, no regulation, go 7 blocks across the water. What we want to avoid is a situation where there's such a severe regulatory framework or just the level of uncertainty. Just a slightly level of uncertainty is enough to radically change the economics of development and economic activity in the entire region. So if you come to West Sacramento, to the most urbanized area right next to the ballpark, or between the ballpark and the port, there are no critical delta interests, or at least no more than there are in Folsom or Rancho Cordova or in the foothills. But if a project has to go through another set of reviews or has a 60-day period where some other agency can say yes or no and the criteria aren't absolutely clear, it doesn't take very much when we're trying to recruit a company to come to a poor, burnt-out industrial area, to say, come here instead of to some new growth suburban area where you're taking over farmland at the base of the foothills. Those kind of development economics are substantially affected even by a small amount of uncertainty. And so, although it's not so much that I'm concerned that that having everything in our city being subject to a covered action designation is going to change the outcome, because I'm very confident that what we're doing is significantly advancing your goals and objectives too, so that any project we have I had to come here and to defend, I'm very confident that you would say, yeah, that's the right thing to do, go forth. It's that the project won't happen in the first place because that process and uncertainty and cost will cause people to invest elsewhere when all of the other state and regional policies are directed towards moving their investments to places like mine. And that turns me to the last slide, which is about what we're trying to do in our region and why we're issuing so many permits and rezoning so many areas of land. We determined in our region just a couple of years ago, if you look on the left, that our pattern of growth is unsustainable, not just for the Delta, but including the Delta.
Meaning what?
That if we were to grow in the same ways, the same levels of density, the same sort of loose approach to where growth was going to occur, that the map on the left is what we would project in 2025, which is the base case for the Sacramento region. And as you can see, we were going to grow basically everywhere. And not trivially in the Delta. And growth in the Delta limited just by the fact that the primary zone was off limits, but the secondary zone was not. We said that's not a sustainable outcome. It's not economic. We can't build the infrastructure for that, and it's bad for the air. It's bad it's just a bad outcome. And so instead, what we decided and became the basis of SB 375 is we're going to pull that growth back, but intensify it. And we're not the only region that's doing this now, but we are certainly the leader in the country on this issue. We're going to pull it back, and it basically is the Yolo County solution, which is we're going to put all development in existing urbanized areas, and that's what we're doing. And so, if you see the map on the right, there's virtually no development occurring, even in the secondary zone portions of Yolo County and Sacramento County. But that development instead has been shifted to downtown Sacramento, midtown Sacramento, downtown Rancho Cordova, downtown Folsom, and very significantly into West Sacramento. Virtually all of the growth planned for Davis and unincorporated Yolo County was shifted to West Sacramento in order to achieve a superior environmental and economic outcome. That's why. So it's not that we are not one of those cities that's just growing for the heck of it. We're growing in part because that's the regional and statewide imperative for what makes economic and environmental sense.
And the regional plan is completed next year sometime, is my recollection.
That's correct. So this is the blueprint, which then became the basis of our transportation plan. But under SB 375, this will be the basis of the sustainable community strategy that will guide our region and, of course, growth in our city. So that if we had a secondary zone that looked more like the primary zone in terms of the regulatory uncertainty, this is not accomplishable, simply because development shift instead back to the areas where it's not where it's less costly and less uncertain. And so that's the critical, I think, issue that's before you. It's one that we've been addressing for many years in many forms, but here's where the rubber meets the road. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Pat.
So, Christopher, the boundaries of the city of West Sacramento will not expand.
That is not. They're not expanding. We don't have a sphere study underway. As I said, we've got people, because this is what developers do. They buy a property all around the city with the expectation that someday you will expand. We're not going to, for a lot of reasons. This is one of them. The delta is one of the reasons. The second is the flood issue. Right. So if you build in our existing floodplain, then you contribute to the improvements and the upgrades of that existing levee system that protects those of us that live there, work there, and operate businesses. If you want to annex in, we'd have to
expansion
fix all the
cost.
Levees of Southern Yolo County. We can't afford that.
So you're on page 5, the map, and I know you work closely with Yolo County. That area, which a little bit of the county and the city are nestled between the primary, secondary zone boundaries, if you will. Is both the county and city of West Sacramento in agreement that there won't be development permitted there?
If I may help clarify this question, also in response to a point raised by Chair Eisenberg, the area being referenced is between the southern West Sacramento city limits and Babel Slough, which is the northern limit of the primary zone in Yolo County. In that area, about half of that area is under permanent conservation easement. So that is a significant impediment towards any comprehensive development within that. Also, there's been one or two references by both Mayor Cabaldon and Chair Eisenberg to the area immediately south of the city of West Sacramento, which has had numerous proposals, I think most recently under Vina del Lago. Mm-hmm. That land is currently, we've been in discussions with both landowners and Sac Regional Sanitation about the property immediately south of West Sacramento, and it appears at this point that Sac Regional Sanitation will be purchasing probably approximately 200 acres of that land in order to, again, take what is existing farmland and convert it into wetlands. They'll be mining the dirt in order to build a 22-foot high, 50-foot wide flood wall around the pumping station that serves Natomas, and just south of West Sacramento. So that would be yet another difficulty in expanding West Sacramento to the south. I don't think any of us in this room have the ability to foresee the future 100%, but I would say that the obstacles towards any southerly expansion of West Sacramento are fairly steep.
And that would be the little notch directly south and that which is southeast, both, is that right? The physical constraints plus the areas already committed to conservation projects or sanitation and others?
Both the sanitation project and the conservation easement stretch from the Deep Ship Channel to the Sacramento River.
So I think that's a qualified yes. There won't be expansion of the urbanized area either within city of West Sacramento or unincorporated area.
It's not in our general plan. And based on circumstances as they are today, I would say no. There would be no plans for expansion in that area. I can't foresee what future policymakers may or may not do, but there's no plans at this point.
Well, Christopher, you're a current and future policymaker. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm in year 13 as mayor now, so maybe I can project a little bit further. We do not intend to annex, mainly because of this flood issue and because of the market issue. I mean, we're now trying to move our market entirely to the area around where your other meetings are. So we're not interested in. As is normally the case, the developer comes and says, "Well, if you won't do it, then we'll ask the county to allow us to build a development on your edge." And both the county government and our local supervisor have been very clear that they're not going to do that. It's the county's policy that all that sort of development has to occur inside cities, and we're not interested in annexing, and we could never afford it given the levy costs.
Thanks. That's great.
Okay. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Mr. Yankovic. Members, I think we're over to page 6 of this slideshow.
That's correct. Michael Yankovich, I'm with the Department of Resource Management Planning, and you should have a couple of handouts. That is the PowerPoint presentation, which includes some maps, which I'll be referring to, as well as a 2-page double-sided Solano County facts sheet that you should have in terms of some of the facts as well as some of the objectives that the county has with regards to the Delta Plan. So first of all, I'd just like to basically state that the county has gone through a general plan update. We completed our comprehensive general plan update in 2008. Many of the policies that were in our previous general plan with regards to development, particularly in the area that we're dealing with today, have been carried over. The main one being that anything in terms of in the ag area, in terms of development, would have to go through a vote of the people if you were to change that general plan designation to something other than agricultural or natural resource, which means either residential, commercial, industrial. So the area that you're dealing with regards to the legal delta, primarily the primary, because there's a significant portion in our eastern portion of the county, is protected and has been protected since the mid-'80s. And I would state that basically it has even greater protections as a result of the 2008 general plan. Our board is very committed towards agriculture, and we have an agricultural chapter in a 2008 general plan that deals with a number of issues, one of which deals with actual mitigation for any conversion of productive ag on a 1.5 to 1 acre ratio. So basically, if anyone was converted commercial ag production land, they'd have to go out and look at protecting 1.5 acres per 1 acre. So, and then also in the development of our general plan, we also made presentations to the Delta Protection Commission, worked with staff with regards to specific policies, and we have incorporated those into the 2008 general plan. So I think that we have made a very big effort with regards to protecting the area that's within the Delta and leaving it at ag. Basically, the minimum acreage is 40 acres up to 160 acres, and in fact, our board actually, in terms of agriculture, as a result of 2 studies that were developed as a result of the general plan, made a determination that there would be 10 separate agricultural regions. One of which is Ryer Island, which is actually totally consumed within the Delta, right, as it's totally envisioned. So the main concerns that Solano County has is really the impacts on ag. Ag is very important. We're trying to make ag viable. It's very difficult in today's times with the types of crops that are being grown as well as processed. We're trying to encourage specific plans to deal with ag. And what we're concerned about is the actual impacts to existing ag, just adjacent to the proposed areas in the Delta. There's currently 23,000 acres that are currently being considered for habitat restoration. 15,000 of that is under current ag production. You're
talking about Cache Creek?
Correct.
Yeah.
That is in Cache Creek, correct. And so we're concerned about the impacts that will have on those landowners and ag owners. In addition, you know that we have the Sassoon Marsh. That's 116,000 acres. We've been dealing with the Bay Conservation Development Commission for many, many years now with regards to those activities that take place out in the marsh. Again, like Sam Joaquin mentioned, we believe Solano County, we've been good stewards of the of land, and principally with regards to the natural resources that are there, as well as the agricultural production in the county. With that, I'll leave you with those facts, some of the objectives. I don't want to go and repeat because I think you've seen that. And
okay, and there's a separate handout you gave us, 3 or 4 pages.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah, and this is a more generalized reflection on the process and the elements of the plan, which you ought to take a look at. I apologize, I just got it this morning, but I've been skimming it, and there's some interesting suggestions in this. Thank you very much. Ms. Vick.
Thank you. Although Rio Vista, most of Rio Vista is technically not in the Delta.
It is the center of the universe, and we understand
It is the
that.
center of the universe in the Delta. We are very much a Delta city.
Yes.
We depend on the Delta. The Delta depends on us. We are a regional hub. For those of the council that may not be aware, we were settled in our current location in 1862. We were actually settled about 10 years before that, upstream, excuse me, and the city washed away in a flood. So we moved down
to high ground.
We moved to high ground. It was incorporated in 1893. So we are an old city, an old incorporated city. We have a very rich heritage. Initially, we moved goods and people up and down the river. It was very important shipping port halfway between Sacramento and San Francisco. Our current population is 7,000, and we are expected to grow. We have been, for the last 20 years, expected to grow to about 20,000 people by 2035. I think that estimate will go down slightly because of the housing crisis. Our main concerns would be loss of control of land use decisions, and I will get into that because part of the city is in the primary zone of the Delta, and it's a very important part of the city. You do have a paper that I have given you, and there is a map attached to the back.
Members, this is the one dated April 15th from Ms. Fick. And
you will note spheres of influence. We have very little. Most of it is the city limits.
And this is worth, members, this is worth taking a look at because it is really hard unless you have a map to understand the Rio Vista issues because it's pretty complex.
They are complex. Anyway, one of our biggest concern is the loss of ability or to develop the industrial land that's in our city limits, including the expansion of the airport and our Northwest wastewater treatment plant, and continuing the planned residential developments, almost all of which have their entitlements now.
Refresh my memory, the area to the south of the existing town is industrial primarily?
No.
No? Okay.
No. It, what does not show on this map, because it was done in 2006, is we have annexed the Army base,
that little
the old
sliver
Army base, this little sliver. South of that is the Coast Guard station, our wastewater treatment plant, which is actually reclamation land. It's not city land. And then Sandy Beach Regional Park. So it's not industrial. I do not know why that big red area was put there by LAFCO, not by the city, and we're not sure why. And that will probably change. I think we're going to update.
And you've been talking to the Delta Protection Commission about changes of status and so on for their report to the legislature on that issue.
We originally, one of the important thing is that our industrial land, including the airport, is in the primary zone of the Delta. Now, back in the 1950s, when the legal Delta was created, Rio Vista, except we had not yet annexed that northern piece of land, it was excluded from the legal Delta. We don't know why. Nobody else seems to know why, but it was. So we've never legally, like I say, been in the Delta. But that northern north of Airport Road, where our airport is, where the wastewater treatment plant is, was included in the primary zone of the Delta about the time or a little after we annexed most of that land into the city. It was always intended to be our industrial area. Our industrial area is on the north end of town, and the housing developments are in the center and to the north, or to the west and to the north, some to the south.
That's a little red corner along Highway 12 on the west side.
That is within our sphere of influence. Again, there's no immediate plans to annex that. We do have a development going in to the east of that within the city limits. We very definitely support the Solano County plans of putting all development within the city limits. And we have so much vacant land now within the city limits that will accommodate all of our proposed or anticipated population. And the industrial area that we very much need to develop in order for our economic sustainability is to the north. And we need to be able to develop that because economically I'm not sure if we can sustain without the ability to develop that land. The city of Rio Vista is an agricultural community. We have a lot of businesses that support the Delta economy. We have, amazingly for a town that is currently 7,000 people, we have 3 auto dealerships in town. We have a Ford, a Chrysler Dodge, and a Chevy. They sell a lot of trucks, and they sell them to the farmers. You can always tell that shipments come in, particularly to the Ford dealership. They have this huge number of trucks on their lot, and then they're all gone. And the Chevrolet does the same thing. We also have a very, very substantial tractor dealership. Same thing. It supports the agriculture. So it's very much a dual relationship. We rely on the continuation of agriculture within the Delta to sustain a large portion of our economy, and the Delta depends on us, because if they can't get their tractors and their trucks and their hardware and their equipment from Rio Vista, they're going to have to go farther afield. And so we really look on ourselves as a regional hub for a lot of this. In addition, the transportation is very critical. We are on Highway 12, about halfway between I-5 and I-80, and it's amazing what goes down that highway now. When we moved it up to the area 16 years ago, the traffic on Highway 12 was much smaller than it is now, particularly truck traffic. People say, oh, they're trying to escape the scales. No, they're not. They don't have to go through Sacramento if they use 12. And that is very significant. Plus, during the summer, the number of trucks that are shipping grape juice from Lodi to Napa is amazing. Truck after truck after truck. It's a huge percentage. So that also is critical. It's also, Highway 12 is also critical for Travis Air Force Base. We don't know exactly how many trucks come through because the Air Force won't tell us that, for obvious reasons. But it is a large number. They mostly come at night from the Stockton-Tracy area through Rio Vista.
Just a question, as long as we're on transportation, kind of bordering on a tangent, but you talked about transportation. You have a barbell town. You have a big new development on the west, and you have an old Rio Vista. And in between, you've got 2-lane old Highway 12. Was there a reason the city didn't require the developer to have internal roads to get to the old part of the city where all the services are, rather than pour everybody onto Highway 12 and 2-lane and compete with all those trucks you just talked about?
We do actually from Trilogy, which is the development you're talking about at this point, which is the only one that's actually building homes at this time. The other route to downtown, which is the one that I take every day, is Airport Road, which is to the east, and that runs through where our industrial area and business park are. You take Airport Road down to the river and then to downtown. That is a serious concern. It's been a serious concern. Eventually, the road will be probably 4 lanes. We just went through a bridge study to talk about the needs for a bridge. We do not want a bridge to the north on Airport Road. We do not want a bridge to the south. We actually want a tunnel through the middle of town. And
I would
I'm
suggest
serious.
you qualify that statement for purpose of dealing with your colleagues on other issues.
But this was because of the businesses. The businesses are very concerned. Particularly, we have been told by the automobile dealerships that they cannot move, that Ford and Chevy and Chrysler will shut them down if they move. They've told me this, and I truly believe them. We're very concerned about the economy of the Delta. We are extremely concerned about the loss of agricultural land. Our general plan, as it will show you in my little report, does have, I have a few here, our policies in the general plan that support development within the city limits, working with the primary zone, and so this has been in our general plan for some time. It was last revised in 2001. We are revising our housing element, but not the whole general plan at this point. So we are, I'd like to touch a little bit on some of the flood issues in Rio Vista.
Please.
The new developments are on high ground. They're required to assure and develop for 100-year flood. However, the flood risk for the new developments, the residential developments, and for our industrial area comes not from the river, but from the streams. There's a lot of streams draining from the Montezuma Hills that go through. If you go to Trilogy and you look at our golf course fairways are low. They're about at least 10 feet lower than the development itself. This is all floodways. And after the big rainstorms, for a number of days, you can't golf some of the holes because there's so much standing water. It was designed that way. So all of our residential developments in the newer part of town are fine. Our biggest concern is along the waterfront. North of Airport Road, in the primary zone, we have mixed use. We have some housing that's been there forever. We have industrial. We have some large yards for drilling companies. We have Dutra dredging, which is really important to the Delta, and they've been there forever, I believe. And but there is no flood protection. There is no flood protection for the entire waterfront of Rio Vista.
Rio Vista's really at water level. Have you guys looked at what happens if any of the scenario ranges on sea level rise occurs, and what
Yes, we have.
We know the folks down at the airports in San Francisco and Oakland have very shockingly gloomy assessments of how much they have to spend to accommodate.
We have. The Solano County Water Authority did a study for us a couple of years ago and gave us some maps, and they were based on LIDAR maps that showed the existing the existing elevations, and then what the FEMA 100-year was, and then drew two more lines, one of 1 foot sea level rise and 1 2-foot sea level rise. And without any flood protection, a good portion of our downtown residential and business area is subject, could be subject to flooding. We do have issues now. We have seawalls by City Hall. It's probably not high enough if there's sea level rise. It's barely high enough in some high water years. Thus far this year, there has been, interestingly enough, plenty of room in the river. In 97, 98, where we had the big flood. It washed out the highway between Rio Vista and the ferry, and that was really critical for Ryer Island and the school children and the movement of goods, because they had to go to West Sacramento to get to Rio Vista. It's a long drive.
Mayors.
So there is concern. We have a vacant waterfront area. We know that in order to develop that, which is very valuable to our downtown businesses and what happens economically downtown, we are doing ongoing studies of building a seawall, which we know we will need
to provide a more complete protection for the entire town, not just the spots that are semi-protected.
That's right.
Now.
It will protect the entire town. But we know also that we are not going to be able to do that by ourselves. We're going to have state and federal support. We are a small town. We are a very poor town, and there's just no way we can raise that much money internally to build a seawall that we need.
Mayor Vic, could you please wrap up
yes,
over here?
I am.
And
I just wanted
Mr.
to mention.
Will you stop asking questions, please?
Right.
So we can wrap up.
The only thing I wanted to mention that has to do with flood control, north of town, just about on the border, is what is called the Mellon Levee. And north of that is Egbert Tract that has been mentioned to be converted to wetlands. Right. And of course, we are at the funnel of the Yellow Bypass, which is always a concern. The Mellon Levee is a dry levee. It is supposed to protect Rio Vista. I'm not necessarily convinced that it will if we actually have a flood.
Harkening back to what America Bolden was describing in West Sacramento, has Rio Vista explored the notion of essentially a ring levee, a decision to provide a higher level of protection for the existing development, but of course that offers all kinds of complications and cost.
Well, a ring levee, to build an actual physical levee is an issue, because we would have to take a significant amount of our residential and our downtown and our industrial area along the river in order to build a levee. That's why we're talking a seawall, to build it high enough and strong enough so that it will protect the city. But a ring levee around the town we don't need to do, because the western part of town is much higher.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Mayor, thank you very much. And Contra Costa County.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Patrick Roach. I'm with Contra Costa County's Department of Conservation and Development. And I did have a handout material, but I got here a little late, and so I don't know if commission members received
I don't
that.
think, let's see, part of it is here. There in the slideshow, there are, starting in our page 13, Mr. Roach, there's your title, and then there are 4 pages beyond that. So is that the material?
That is the material. I had
great.
a supplemental piece that I attached to the handout material that I brought along with me. It's just a one-pager.
Please.
All right. In the interest of time, I'll try to be as quick as possible here. Contra Costa County, up on the slide there, you'll see an image showing for orientation of where the legal delta occurs within Contra Costa County. We have roughly 111,000 acres of land area in Contra Costa County out of the legal in the legal delta. That's about 15% of the land area, or of the legal delta. 46,000 acres are within the primary zone. That's both water and land area. It's predominantly made up of islands and tracts. So, for example, Bradford Island, Webb Tract, Frank's Tract, which is underwater. The predominant land use is agricultural, recreation, and there are some single-family residences, but those are in connection with ranch or farmhouses. In 2009, we did a survey, and we identified 463 residences within the primary zone. Virtually all of the primary zone is within the unincorporated area of Contra Costa County.
How about the secondary?
Secondary, I don't have a percentage for you, but it is made up of both unincorporated
and incorporated.
Yes,
yeah.
that's
Brentwood
correct.
and Oakley and Byron.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So in the unincorporated portion, in the primary zone, the county has what is called an urban limit line. That's a line by which we identify where urban uses can go, and if you're inside the line, that means that you could be an urban use. If you're outside the urban limit line, you have to be a non-urban use. And so, by virtue of that, all of the area in the primary zone is dedicated for agricultural, recreation, resource uses, that sort of thing. There is a minimum parcel size requirement within that area of at least 20 acres. And again, if this is more on a theoretical basis, that we've identified that there is the maximum potential of 585 residential units or dwellings
unincorporated
in the
again.
unincorporated area in the primary zone.
Don?
Yeah, Patrick, so you have 463, so 585 would just be an additional 120 or 585?
No, that would be additional 585.
Okay, thanks.
In the secondary zone, it's 64,000 acres, and that includes the cities of Antioch, Brentwood, Oakley, and Pittsburgh. And as my colleague from San Joaquin County indicated, that's an area that we do not control. We do not do any of the land use planning for those areas. We do have a couple of small...
And that's the primarily urbanized area, the statutory delta, in your county.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And so we have a few small unincorporated communities such as Bethel Island, Knightson, Discovery Bay, and Byron. In terms of population in the secondary zone, this is straight from the 2010 census. There are 212,000 residents in the legal delta. That's about 20% of the county's overall population. 90% of that is within the incorporated city limits that I identified.
Right.
So we have about 10%, about 20,000 in the unincorporated area. Most of the planned urban development occurs in the incorporated city limits. Urban development is allowed in the unincorporated communities provided it is inside the county's urban limit line and can meet general plan development standards, zoning, etc. Actual development potential in the communities, the unincorporated communities I identified, for example, Bethel Island, we have a population there of about 2,100, according to the 2010 census. County general plan limits new development to only approved projects and one dwelling unit per legal lot. So as long as you can identify that it's a legal lot, you would have the right to apply for a building permit. And also, as in San Joaquin County, we do have a flood hazard ordinance that essentially eliminates having the habitable portion of the unit at the ground floor level has to be elevated above the floodplain.
The voters down there rejected a self-assessment for flood protection recently. I know there's some talk about doing another election. What's the status report on Bethel Island?
Well, that is certainly a significant concern. We have something called the Bethel Island Municipal Improvement District that is responsible for the levee maintenance system. And in fact, the general plan restricts any additional residential development on the island until there's a financing plan that's in place for that levee system, and then also the improvements to the levee can be verified by the Army Corps of Engineers.
I can't even remember. Would those improvements go up to 100-year flood protection?
They would have to.
They would have. Okay, that's what you're talking. Nothing more than that.
That's correct. Discovery Bay, that's the largest of the communities, unincorporated communities, population of about 13,000. Interestingly, Discovery Bay was originally planned in the late 60s, early 70s as kind of a resort community, a second home market. It had kind of evolved into a traditional suburban development. So it attracts people who are looking for a certain water lifestyle. They want to be close to the water for fishing, boating, etc. We have a population of 13,000 there now. We have several general plan amendment studies that are in play, looking at new residential development, the maximum total number of units that could be approved if those projects were approved is about 300 dwelling units. These are general plan amendments that are still in the environmental phase, so they have not gotten to the point where they've even been brought forward.
My recollection is that Discovery Bay was one of the classic examples used when the voters passed the the urban limit line ballot measure way back when?
It was one of several examples.
Yeah, there were several, but that was one.
It was one of several
Yeah.
examples. And then finally, Byron, it's a small farming community that is in the mainly in the secondary zone, or entirely in the secondary zone, and it has significant public infrastructure constraints. So we're not going to see any new residential development there until they can resolve those issues. And so within the urban limit line, you could see urban uses, but fundamentally, the main constraint is with the sanitary sewer system there.
If you don't know, you can just say it, but we don't have any of the cities from Contra Costa County here. What's their potential build-out in the secondary zone, if you know?
I would say Oakley is probably the city that has the largest development potential in the secondary zone, if you look at the map. They do have... They've gone through a specific planning process for an area called the Cypress Corridor, which is just below Bethel Island, significant number of potential dwelling units. They've run into a number of problems. They've gone through a couple of lawsuits challenging that specific plan. You'd have to check with them to look at the current status of development in that area. Brentwood is another community. It's in the secondary zone.
But we were there for a wedding last month. It is amazingly developed.
It is. It went from a very small farming community into basically part of the East Bay suburbs. So those are the places that you would see significant growth in the future. And I would like to just comment about the urban limit line, because it is an important control for at least the unincorporated area. Our urban limit line, the way the voters approved it was essentially that in order to change the urban limit line, to bring land area inside the urban limit line, it requires at a minimum a 4/5 vote by the Board of Supervisors. And then when we went back to the voters to renew the urban limit line, to extend it for another 20 years, they added another hurdle to essentially, if you had a proposal to expand the urban limit line, bring land area inside the urban limit line by more than 30 acres, that would require a vote of the entire county. So the prospects of significant urban development occurring in the secondary zone for Contra Costa County are greatly reduced by that urban limit line policy.
Okay, good. Don.
Yeah, just a question, Patrick, on the community of Byron. It sits right on the edge of the forebay, and it's largely agriculture, rural community, and is there any? And what is the population?
For Byron, and that's the Byron CDP, with a census-designated place, which includes both the hamlet of Byron and then the outlying area, is 1,200 people roughly, according to the 2010 census. So it's a very small area. It's really a crossroads, essentially. There are some certainly key facilities in that area, the Clifton Court Forebay. We have an airport, a general aviation airport nearby. And then we do have a juvenile detention facility out in that area.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, good. Members, questions? All right. Mr. Koutras, I don't know, some of the people may have things they want to say in addition to what they've already said. Do you? You want to weigh in?
I was just going to say that completes our presentation.
By the way, I noticed you only called the two mayors on speaking and exceeding in the 7 limits. Is this because?
No, I called Mr. Thomas as well.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out.
Former county executive might be showing a
thanks
traditional
for trying to divide
here.
that group. I appreciate that. I don't know. Do any of the panelists have any additional comments they'd like to add?
You want me to come back and ask about floodplain and San Joaquin general plan? I mean, actually, I'm interested in the answer to the question, because one of the perplexing issues on flood protection is, we've got an issue with expanding the Yola bypass, but there is a Yola bypass. But there are, large numbers of studies that say a southern San Joaquin bypass, flood bypass, is essential. And there's a great deal of controversy about it. And I honestly do not know what the general plan says about it, if anything. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm very technologically challenged. What I would do, and I'm not at all passing the buck, but what I will do is I will talk to our colleagues in flood control public works. Right. We don't have anything shown at this point in the existing general plan, but I will talk to them and we'll get a response back to you.
I would appreciate it if you would, because we're chewing over that extensively.
Yeah.
Pat?
Carrie's excellent, but it's a big burden to explain San Joaquin County with none of the cities coming to participate. So San Joaquin County is a big part of the Delta. There's an enormous amount of secondary zone land that is entitled for development that hasn't occurred. There are areas that have been developed, but principally or solely within city limits, Stockton, Lathrop in particular, that have substantial flood risk currently on the San Joaquin River. If local government has concerns, I would hope that they would do as all of you have taken your time to do, which is to share your information and recommendations with us. So if we don't hear from those cities, I guess they'll leave it to our good judgment to
That is
write
not
this
how
plan.
they describe it, but yeah. No, we are planning, and we'll get out hopefully this week the letter to all of the cities within the 5 counties, inviting them for a session comparable to this. And you know, it's not unexpected. I think it's fair to say that counties are more sensitive on ag preservation in the Delta than cities generically, because you know a lot of the cities have a good bulk of their territory already developed, and therefore that's a remote consideration. Not unimportant to them, I suppose, but not primarily important. And so we need to explore that to get some better understanding. Mrs. Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question of the Mayor of Sacramento. You indicated a concern about West Sacramento.
No, the Mayor of Sacramento is in New York. I can speak for him too.
West Sacramento.
Yeah, he's working on keeping the king.
Yeah.
But anyway, you expressed a concern about another layer in the regulatory process that could certainly delay a project or prohibit it. How do you think the plan could address a balance between flexibility and specificity?
Well, thank you. And I think mechanically, at least for places like mine, where I think we will have a widely heralded sustainable communities plan, that option actually does provide, with this council's involvement throughout the development of that plan.
And their statutory recognition of that possibility.
That's right. So
in our Enabling Act.
But I think that general concept of as you get farther afield from the core issues of the Delta, and without a bright line necessarily even between primary and secondary, because there are areas of the secondary zone that are more sensitive, and there are areas outside of the Delta, as you're looking at, that are equally important as the secondary zone. But as you get farther afield, that you pay more attention at the program level and then at the plan level as opposed to the project level, right? So, particularly in a place like mine, so if there is a general plan with a small g, but if there is a generally accepted plan that advances the interests at the macro level that this council and that the Delta Plan articulates, that then making a declaration that's we now absent somebody filing a court action saying you're not following your own plan, that projects that are consistent with that plan aren't themselves then subject to the potential of additional review. That's I think really the most critical of the procedural issues that really get to that question.
Don.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, too, because I think in hearing certainly from the panelists today that you get a strong sense certainly of the local stewardship from a land use perspective, but also looking at communities and what they're constituted of, everything from housing and agriculture to industrial activities and support activities in the Delta. And I would just note that from the Delta Protection Commission perspective, and certainly is represented here by local government, that the Economic Sustainability Plan, I think, is going to even more clearly put some focus on that very important relationship between primary zone activities and desired goals relative to agriculture, environment, and recreation, and livability of communities within the Delta, whether it be legacy communities or communities that have, are incorporated and have the growth potential in the future, but also certainly within the secondary zone, but even in that outer ring beyond the secondary zone, legal Delta and otherwise, the strong relationship between, and I think Jan touched on it, and so did Christopher, both, and others, that of day-to-day pursuits, and whether it's support commercial, industrial activities, but really the viability of communities within the Delta framework and certainly within the secondary zone are so, I think, closely related, and I think that's part of the balance that obviously this council is going to struggle with, and looking at the role that we have and how we might embody that so we don't become so constraining that I think, as some panelists have said, that it makes it so very difficult to be Delta-centric and looking at what the very thing that you're worried about saving, that in the end you ultimately put a thumb on it and squish it out or squash it. And I think that's going to be an important consideration. And so I think today's panel was very helpful, and the words that were offered were enlightening, I think, showing certainly from a land use perspective, but hopefully the economic sustainability plan in the next few months, as we're bringing that forward from the Commission, will show that relationship between cities, counties, and all the activities in the Delta, and certainly, I think, embrace, obviously, the co-equal goals, but also the Delta as an evolving place, but the things that are so important to keep the livability and quality of life for its residents, both current and future, viable.
There are two really powerful-looking county supervisors sitting here who haven't said anything, and we'd probably get shot the next time we went to San Joaquin County if we didn't ask them if they wanted to say something.
We're fine.
They're fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, mark this. This is April 14th, 2011. It's 4 minutes after noon, and the two county supervisors are fine.
Mr. Eisenberg, if I might just for the record clarify, the video will be the best evidence, but for the record, I did call time on the Sacramento County representative and the city of Rio Vista, but not the mayor of West Sacramento. So I just wanted to show you that I was very balanced in how
your understanding is appreciated. Thank you for putting this together, and ladies and gentlemen, mayors, thank you for doing this. Very helpful. It would be really great if you could, each of you, look at, for example, the ag report and the documents we've got. We're close in terms of just raw statistics, numbers of acres of land in the county, but everything's off 47 acres, 63, 110, and I'd rather like to get as close as we could to just the figures that are commonly agreed to. There'll be arguments about classifications, I suppose. I still don't understand zoos, but this is very helpful to us, and I appreciate it a great deal. All right. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start again. Mr. Grindstaff, correct me if I'm wrong, at 1 o'clock. The meeting is recessed till 1 o'clock. Mr. Hardy, I saw Mr. Ingram somewhere. Right there. He took his coat off, so he looks relaxed. Ms. Kohler's here. Mr. Rockwell, there he is.
He's here.
Okay, do we have our panel?
You do.
Good. Would you be good enough to introduce this panel and
yes, and
kick it off?
I will just briefly remind the council members, as well as anyone who has not been a participant in previous workshops, that the way we do this is that we ask each of the panelists to speak for up to 5 minutes initially, and then try to have a facilitated conversation with the council members for the balance of the discussion. We departed from the basic workshop guideline of avoiding PowerPoints in favor of discussion this morning to be able to look at land use maps and other information that the counties and the cities provided. But that will be the operative guideline this afternoon. And again, these workshops are intended both to assist the council and the staff in understanding perspectives on the second staff draft, as Chris Stevens reminded you this morning, but also to inform development of the third staff draft,
right?
As well as to promote the kind of dialogue that the the council is committed to in terms of its transparency and openness policy. So,
before you do that, just one thing.
Yes.
Passed out at the lunch break, because it came in a little bit late, is a large map prepared by our consultant, CH2M Hill. They had thought that we needed this afternoon, but it's here, and it's a readable version so you can understand the jurisdictions of cities and counties, and it is, at least as best they can determine right now, an identification of spheres of influence. So all the things we were talking about this morning about city development activities, this is just kind of an overview map. And it's easier to understand a delta complex if you can look at all 5 counties at one time, not just the individual counties. Anyway, my apologies.
it will probably be a very popular item.
Oh, I'm sure.
As people return. So this afternoon on what we've designated Panel B, it's focused on protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem, and also keeping with the Council's interest in balancing the veterans with additional voices. We have 3 people who did not appear on the last.
These are the rookies. These are the rookies.
No, I said this is balance. Is what it is. It's balance. And I will ask each of them to introduce themselves. Although to some of you there's no need for introductions, but I know this is being webcast, and we want to let people who aren't familiar with the panelists learn who they are. And I also do want to point out that. We did provide a set of questions, and each of you should have copies of those questions. So, typically in the past, we have tried to shape the conversation around the questions. You have,
with occasional success.
We have occasionally been successful, yes, and you have also invited panelists, as long as they are fully responsive to your questions, to comment on other topics while they're here, since we are trying to balance.
In recognition of the fact we couldn't stop them even if we wanted to. Is that
yes.
what? Yeah.
So let me, with that, ask the panelists to introduce yourselves, and then we can start wherever you would like to start if you need to.
And members, a packet of material that Mr. Hardy prepared with the questions for all of the panels. And it started with the questions this morning for agenda item 4A, Delta counties and cities. This is 4B. So who wants to start? Mr. Rockwell.
Just to see everyone who's here first, and then we'll start with the first comments. So.
Okay, I'm Mark Rockwell. I'm here on behalf of the Environmental Water Caucus, which is a composite of 30 different conservation, environmental, fishing, and environmental justice groups from Southern California to the north of the state. So I'm glad to be here. I want to say thank you to the council as well as to staff, who I know are working probably more than overtime. So thank you very much.
Mr. Rockwell also shows up occasionally on behalf of some other boating interest and regional interest as well.
Right. I also kind of represent the Environmental Water Caucus, as well as the Endangered Species Coalition and the Federation of Fly Fishers here. So,
right.
And I do totally feel like a rookie.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm. Mr. Ingram.
Good afternoon. My name is Campbell Ingram. I am the new executive officer of the state Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta Conservancy. Prior to that, I worked with an H Conservancy for quite a while and worked on the BDCP process. Good to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Ms. Kohler.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Cynthia Kohler. I'm a senior attorney with the Environmental Defense Fund, and I'm their California Legislative Director for Water Issues in the state.
And she is a much abused director of the Marin County Water District Board of Directors.
Yes.
A surviving warrior of the desalination wars of Marin County.
We have no wars in the North Bay, Mr. Chairman, and it's the
meaningful but intense disputes.
It's the Marin Municipal Water District, but I should be clear, I'm not here in that capacity today.
Okay, well, if you want to speak in the order in which you introduce yourselves, that works for me, unless there's another reason to shape the order. So,
okay. Well, thank you. So, on behalf of the Environmental Water Caucus and our coalition of supporting organizations around California, I want to thank the council for this opportunity to speak with you. And before we get into the weeds, so to speak, on the specific questions that were provided, from staff relative to the second draft of the Delta Plan, I wanted to make some general comments. The Environmental Water Caucus member groups have discussed at length the importance of restoration efforts in the Delta, and we are convinced that without restoration and recovery of riparian and aquatic habitats, recovery of listed species would be impossible, and the overall ecosystem would continue to struggle. So habitat restoration is critically important, but resolving the water supply problem is of equal importance in our opinion. The Environmental Water Caucus, I think I'll just say EWC from now on, member groups that, for EWC member groups, the legislative mandate to reduce reliance on the Delta means reducing water diversions to below the average diversion levels of the past decade. We feel strongly that it is unrealistic, at least at this time, to think that restoration alone will recover the Delta, or to think that the restoration will provide the ability to withdraw even more water from the system. The State Water Resources Control Board Delta Flow Criteria was a scientifically derived look at what it would take to recover the aquatic public trust resources of the Delta. We would recommend that the Council recognize that flow standards are necessary for the Delta and its tributaries, and that the Delta Plan should provide the direction and mandate to the State Water Resources Control Board to complete Delta and tributary standards in a reasonable time period. We also recognize that the Delta ecosystem and its wildlife cannot be restored without major changes to the physical structure and operations of the Delta and its channel system. Reconnecting river channels to their floodplains, levee setbacks to provide for more shallow water habitat, and possibly enhancing available habitat within the Sutter and Yolo bypasses are examples. We recognize that we cannot return the Delta to its historic configuration, but we do know that if aquatic species recovery is to be achieved, some structural alterations are necessary. Phasing of projects will be an important part of the Council's recommendations, and developing a science-based project priority list and a timeline for accomplishments will be important to overall success. An example would be shallow water habitat restoration, which has been shown to provide shelter and favorable growing conditions for fish in general, and specifically salmon. We would recommend that this type of restoration be accomplished early in the process, while lower benefit projects could be done later. Lastly, we want to recommend that necessary funding be provided for post-project evaluation and continued maintenance, so completed projects do not lose effectiveness over time. Maintaining a completed project certainly has associated costs, but is cheaper than having to repeat the project all over again if it degenerates to the point where it becomes unuseful. Another area of concern for the EWC member groups is that of toxicity. It is one of the three main drivers of the ecosystem decline identified by scientists and continues to be problematic today. One can argue that there are numerous causes of toxic inflows to the Delta, but the leading source continues to be from non-point pollution coming from irrigated lands. Many of the pollutants are harmful to both humans and wildlife, and the state is currently failing to meet existing standards to protect Bay Delta surface and groundwater. Additionally, many of the current chemicals that are harmful to fish, pyrethroids, are an example, but others like nitrogen, selenium, and mercury are risks to human as well as wildlife. In the Delta, we focus on surface water issues, but many communities in the San Joaquin Valley have groundwater contamination as a result of surface water pollution, and we have whole towns that can't drink the tap water that they have. Lastly, we are concerned about in-Delta and upstream interest and the ability of the Council to mandate their involvement in all restoration efforts. Delta counties and landowners must be full partners in developing and implementing habitat restoration programs so that the desirable mix of aquatic habitat restoration and sustainable agriculture is achieved. The same holds true for out-of-Delta counties and landowners where restoration is identified as beneficial to recovery. So in summary, we strongly recommend that the issues of restoration and water management are of equal importance, and recovery of the ecosystem is dependent on both being managed appropriately. Phasing of projects, both for restoration and Delta structural change, is important to ensure that those projects that have the greatest benefit for recovery are done early in the process, followed by lower value activities. Water quality has to be improved in surface water flowing into the Delta, and we ask that the Council require the State Water Resources Control Board to implement a new policy on non-point pollution flowing into the Delta. Thank you. Okay,
That was
Randy?
surgical.
Question?
It was what?
That was surgically done. You were within a
Yes,
second.
right. To the second. Randy.
Mark, thank you. You said something that's contrary to what we've heard from the Independent Science Board, and that's in the fourth paragraph towards the end. Leading source, and I quote from your comments, but the leading source regarding toxicity continues to be from non-point pollution coming from irrigated lands. Can you cite some references and provide those for us?
Well, I don't have them with me, so I
No,
guess I
I
can't
didn't
cite
expect
them.
you
But I
would.
can certainly provide some background information to the council on this. I mean, I just finished kind of participating in the Central Valley
The
Regional
hearings,
Water
water
Quality
board
hearing last week.
Well, one of the issues, and I'm sure it came up there, but Mr. Dom has always been careful to advise us that runoff problems and surface water pollution don't just come from farms; they come from a variety of other sources.
Oh, right.
There've been some
Sure.
others. This appears to identify only irrigated. The language. Did you intend it to only identify irrigated?
Well, I didn't. I intended it to identify irrigated lands as the primary source. I didn't say it was the only source. But that was the testimony that was given at the board last week. And I know there was a UC Davis study. I just don't have the citation on it. That was done a few years ago.
Cliff, do you want to weigh in on
reference
this?
that as well.
If you don't mind, we're going to bring in Cliff on these kinds of things and try to engage in a discussion.
And I can be corrected. I'm not trying to say I'm 100% right.
Yeah. Well, let me just make a couple comments. I mean, I think we have a panoply of potential toxicants out there, some of which are coming off of agricultural lands, but many that are not. And one of the things that we need to consider is that, for example, the pyrethroid issue appears to be an urban and suburban runoff predominantly source. And we certainly have some point sources that have real concern for the Delta. So I tend to agree with Randy. This is maybe needs to be reworded, or you at least need to provide some citations that would strengthen your argument here.
Okay, I will do that.
And if you could get us the citations as fast as possible, because what the staff will then do is ask Cliff to check the citations and give us some advice on whether it provides new information we haven't previously seen. Because we're down to the point where we are rewriting all of our, particularly our regulatory stuff, very much more carefully and more precisely, as you'd understand. And so we're trying to focus down the comments, questions, and suggestions to as precise a one as we can.
I think just as a final response from me, I think is that I wasn't trying to say irrigated lands are the source of all pollutants, or that even pyrethroids are part of that panoply, as you say. But I do think that runoff in general from these systems, and looking at the map that the Central Valley Board had, it seems like the west side of the San Joaquin system is the dominant area. So
I want to raise an issue, and this is in the second draft Delta plan. It's really under the water quality section. And so many of these issues shift over between sections of the Delta plan that it's hard to talk about it. But one of the suggestions that was made in the second draft by the staff is on page 37 is their first water quality policy. When determining consistency of covered actions, you take into account total maximum daily load. Now, that's not directly what we're looking for is something that is an approach that is sound policy based on science, but also recognizes the statutory limits we have. I mean, the legislation didn't say order everybody around, everyone in the world has to obey you. They didn't exactly say that. And even if they had, 1,000 lawyers was rise to their feet to say it wasn't specific enough or clear enough. So we're looking, Mark, for language that is consistent with statutory authority, that expresses opinions and preferences based on science. And so language along with sources would be very important to us. And you might have later in writing some reflections on that particular language. Anyway, I apologize. So, Felicia.
Just a quick question. One of the things that Jonas mentioned in earlier EWC comments, can't remember how long ago, was drinking water, and you mentioned it here again. In draft 2, there's sort of I would call them placeholders. Would that be correct, Joe?
Probably.
Yeah, which is just, but a fair number of statements about drinking water, which I took last time we looked at it to be indicative that the staff had listened to what EWC had mentioned. I don't know how many, I can't remember how many other people mentioned it. Did you guys take a look at what they suggested and have any comments about it? And if not, would you soon, as they're doing the third draft?
We will do that. And I can't remember, frankly, because I've been a little bit out of the EWC process for the last couple of weeks. So I can't remember what the comments were on the second draft on the water quality and then specifically on drinking water, but I will look at that to see.
And I'll check in. Maybe I just missed it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Mr. Ingram.
Good afternoon. Campbell Ingram with the Delta Conservancy. It's good to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I watched the previous work group at the sugar mill where we were a topic of conversation, and I was as brand new. It was nice to be able to watch it and not have to comment, but it's very nice to now be able to
Did
participate.
you settle your thoughts that we're not really a grilling board, but a friendly, warm, and
I'm getting a
fuzzy,
friendly-
interested set of people?
Getting a friendly vibe.
Yeah, it's
So I wanted to use this opportunity to provide you an update with where the Conservancy is in my opening remarks. As you're all aware, the Conservancy is up and running. We are now fully staffed. I've been on for just a little over a month, and the Conservancy's been up and at it for about a year now. You're probably also aware that we have an 11-member board, 5 county supervisors, 1 from each of the counties that touches the Delta, 2 governor appointees, an assembly, a Senate appointee, and then the Secretary for Resources and the Director of Finance. We also have 2 legislative non-voting members, 1 from the Senate, 1 from the Assembly, and the Assembly position's currently vacant. And then we have a 10-member liaison advisory board, mostly made up of agencies that are actively involved in Delta issues. And I'm very happy to report that the board is working exceedingly well together. Prior to my coming on, they worked with staff to develop an interim strategic plan, which is available on our website. It's patterned after other state conservancies' strategic plans. I think it's a great document, a great platform. Shows our general objectives, near-term, long-term vision and mission statements, but also identifies some key questions that we'll have to address as we go through to develop our full strategic plan. But I think it really is a testament to the board. They worked to help develop this document. It's a good document. And then they unanimously adopted it on the 19th of February at our board meeting. So, again, it's a nice platform. So I wanted to just talk briefly about really what I see as our 3 highest priorities currently within the Conservancy. First is getting a full strategic plan developed in the very near term. We anticipate being able to do that by the end of this calendar year. We're committed in the development of that strategic plan to facilitate and collaboration between local interest and the state to achieve our dual mandate, which really is, again, the ecosystem restoration and economic sustainability within the Delta. We're currently setting up work groups that will funnel up into our strategic plan and policy subcommittee, and then hopefully in the fall we'll take product out into the Delta in workshops to vet that more thoroughly within the community. Hopefully having a well fleshed out strategic plan by the end of this calendar year. Obviously that won't be final until we can make consistency determinations with all the other plans as required by the statute, but hopefully just maybe with minor tweaking at that point to make those consistency determinations, we'll be ready to go. Our next highest priority is, and I say next highest, I view all 3 of these really as almost on equal footing. We need to find a stable funding source for the Conservancy, obviously. The 2010 water bond anticipated significant funding for the Conservancy. Obviously, that's not happening. Whether or not a 2012 bond happens is in doubt. Our staff has done a great job at identifying other potential funding sources, be they state, federal, or private grant funds that may be available to help us move forward in the near term. We're also tracking several pieces of the legislation, looking at suggesting language that might help recognize the Conservancy as a recipient and or provide mechanisms that would help us implement over time. But the reality is that we are on a very small budget for the foreseeable future, and we will operate under that constraint. Lastly, as far as priorities, I think we need to be able to demonstrate that we can be very effective in the Delta in the very near term. There's been a great deal of planning going on in the Delta. Everyone I talk to says get out there and do something in the Delta. So we have starting to identify high-priority strategic projects that we might be able to engage in the near term. We will, in the coming weeks, be vetting those with our board, showing them what those projects are, both for ecosystem restoration and economic sustainability, what the mechanisms might be that we could implement those projects in the near term, and starting to get them comfortable with the idea of near-term projects. It's a sweet spot we have to find between doing something and having enough process in place and having our strategic plan far enough along, or consistency with our interim strategic plan, so that we do things appropriately. So those are really our highest focal points in the coming months. We appreciate the opportunity to participate in this process. We have provided comments on the 2 previous drafts. We've also participated in the Delta Plan state, I think it's the state agency coordination team, to provide comments. We anticipate continuing to do that in the future. Just a final plug, we anticipate to be, we intend to be a or the primary agency for implementation in the Delta. And there's a little bit of controversy around that. Our board would like us to be the implementing agency, and I think that's what the intent is, but there's a little bit of pushback here and there. But I think the reality of the situation is that as we can demonstrate that we can be effective in the Delta, we can get projects done, we can have real impact efficiently, I think it's clear that we likely will become the implementation agency over time. But we are in a situation where we need to prove our abilities in the near term. Thank you very much.
Pat.
Discover the Delta is a project that has a pretty high profile by having a facility and also some signage and increased visibility soon to come, and also is a way to remind people traveling through the area, as well as residents, of the history and opportunities in the Delta, and perhaps increase both tourism and maybe economic activity eventually. But at least it's kind of a starter project there. Is that something that the Conservancy could look at helping, and is there a way that the council, we have other responsibilities, but I agree with you that doing something, not just planning to do something, would be good for all of us.
Yes. Yes. Well, I had the good fortune of going down actually Monday of this week and spending the afternoon with Wendy Martin down at the Discover the Delta Foundation. And I was amazed at the work they're doing. It is the single place, in Wendy's opinion, and I take that at face value, where money is going into the Delta, as opposed to planning dollars going into the Delta. And the work they're doing, in my opinion, is just spot on in terms of how we can make the Delta sustainable over time. They view themselves as the hub where people can come get information and understanding. They can identify what they can do, where they can go. They're supporting local agriculture. It really is a model. Unfortunately, they are on a shoestring, and their future is in doubt. So I would very much like to see the Conservancy play a role in providing some assistance. I've actually asked Wendy to put together a list of some of the highest priority places where we might engage, and I would certainly encourage this group to consider the same, given, again, the magnitude of the money that's gone into planning versus the pennies that have gone into implementation, and the significance of that effort.
Randy, then Don.
Campbell, we haven't met, but I've heard lots of good things about you, and
Thank you.
I'm glad you're helping to lead the Conservancy into the future. In terms of economic sustainability, as it relates to the work that you have set forth before you, what does that mean to you?
Well, we'll have to define that in our strategic plan process, and we're putting together a work group of folks who are actively working on economic issues in the Delta, and we're going to be coordinating closely with the economic plan of sustainability that the DPC is putting together. I think it's to our benefit to define it broadly, and it might include things like public access to lands that are restored, but I think also there are great opportunities, as described by the foundation, the Discover the Delta Foundation, where money can go in and have a significant effect. Broadening the current uses of the Delta from mostly summertime boating to wintertime birding. There's an incredible recreation loop just off of Highway 12 that's largely closed up right now. And I think the focus has always been that summer boating. So there are ways, I believe, that we can broaden things with strategic placements of money here and there. So I think it's a matter of defining broadly within our strategy how we will engage in those issues, and then going out and looking for the most strategic, sensible opportunities and that have community buy-in.
Don.
Yeah, just to follow on Patrick's question, I think in your response, Campbell, kind of brought the thought forward in my mind anyway, maybe this is for Joe. Is there an opportunity, again, recognizing obviously that folks are certainly on very tight budgets and so forth, but if the Discover the Delta Foundation came forward with a prescribed project and or effort that under the purview of what the council has authorities to do, that we could consider funding something like that? Again, whether it be a one-time and or something that would, promote, again, with the co-equal goals being the backdrop here, if the foundation, again, not that we've solicited anything, but if they were to come forward, is that something that we can consider, or is that completely out of the realm of possibility? I guess I'm trying to get some sense about that, Joe.
With our current authority and current budget, I don't think that we could legally do that or financially afford to do that, but that's something that we could assist in. In fact, I've worked with Wendy before on trying to do that.
Right. Well, I recognize the financial. I'm just trying to get more from a policy perspective, whether there would be, some opportunity. Obviously, there are ties in the legislation between the Conservancy, the Council, and the Commission roles, but you have a foundation that's a separate, obviously nonprofit, but certainly has brought together folks from the various not just geographical areas, but the represented interests, whether it be environmental, agriculture, recreation, and having a very central focal point in the heart of the Delta. I'm just,
I will ask our attorney to look at our legislation more carefully for that.
Okay.
Right now, my answer is I'm not sure that we could do it.
Okay. I was just curious because again, it's one of those things where if you're looking to try to do something versus just planning and or going through very important efforts, but where you're actually on the ground. And okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Okay, Ms. Kohler.
Thank you. And thank you all
You're done.
for inviting me to speak with you today. The Environmental Defense Fund was very engaged in the development and enactment of the Delta policy legislation, and we are very pleased that the Stewardship Council has come together so quickly and so well and is taking the legislature's mandate for action so much to heart. We have always viewed the Delta policy legislation as building on the excellent work of the Delta Vision Task Force, and in particular the overarching objective to bring water supply reliability and ecosystem health into harmony, aligning incentives so as to reduce and hopefully eliminate conflict in the future. Today's topic is, of course, fundamental not just to the Environmental Defense Fund, but to all Californians protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem. I'm going to confine my opening remarks to the first question, the policy regarding covered actions, and a proposal that such actions demonstrate that impacts on the potential for ecosystem restoration have been fully considered or minimized in a way that appropriately protects the ecosystem. This is certainly a solid and useful policy and consistent with the Council's mandate. Our thought, the one thought that we bring to you today about that is that it is potentially confusing, introducing a new legal standard into the mix. What exactly is meant by appropriately protecting the ecosystem? Are we talking here about something similar to an endangered species standard of avoiding jeopardy, or an NCCPA standard of attaining recovery, of achieving recovery, or something in between like fishable and swimmable? Our suggestion is that the Council consider using a standard instead that brings together the various legal mandates with which you are charged to grapple, and that brings these together in a way that makes them consistent
How?
in terms of your, I'm getting to that,
Okay.
in terms of your review. We can provide you with written comments. I didn't have an opportunity to do that beforehand, but we're suggesting something along the lines of demonstrating that impacts on the potential for ecosystem restoration have been fully considered and avoided or minimized in ways that are reasonably likely to attain the relevant ecological objectives for the region. That way, you're not imposing a separate legal substantive requirement, and you're making clear that what you are looking for, and what I think is well within the legal mandate of the council, is that all of these legal mandates out there are being reasonably met by the way in which the covered actions are being implemented. So we can provide you with some writing on that.
Those exact words would be helpful.
We're happy to do
I can't
that.
write fast enough.
Really? I'm talking too fast? No. No, we're happy to provide our recommendations in writing. The second substantive comment I wanted to make about the plan is that the Delta legislation also establishes a mandate that the Council help to develop performance measures for assessing progress towards both ecosystem health and water supply reliability. Those are extremely important. We're aware that there's a placeholder for that in your current plan. I understand that they're under development. We just wanted to highlight those because this is, again, an opportunity for this Council to provide critical guidance and synthesis, bringing together, rather than imposing new standards, our proposal is similar here, to bring together the standards that are already out there in the various state statutes.
Language tomorrow?
As soon as you like, Mr. Chairman.
Well,
Yes,
I mean,
of course, I met your
our problem is everybody tells us what we know we have to do, but they want to wait until we do the last version of our language so they can tell us what they've done wrong. And I want them to say, what are your ideas in advance so we can consider them before the next draft?
I will get you that language by Monday morning, if that's okay, Joe.
Would it be possible to get that before tomorrow morning? Because we have a panel tomorrow that's going to probably address some of the same things. It would be real helpful to have your language in front of us.
These are the water agencies who are going to beat us up
Already?
because we're reaching too far and we're not being general enough for them.
I see.
My summary of their view.
Well, I can write it out tonight and give it to Joe, or I can email it to you when I return to my office this afternoon.
That would be great.
Okay. I think both is what he's really. No, I will. I appreciate. I apologize that we weren't able to provide this to you in a more.
Ms. Kohler, take a look at another section for us, and you probably have a comment now. The staff has crafted pretty carefully water flow stuff, understanding we don't control the water board, but we do have to apply whatever the law requires us to apply under covered actions. And tried carefully to construct something that would urge the water board to proceed and just say, if we're not done by a certain date, we've got to make some determination. What's your reflection on that?
Are you referring to, when you say the water flow stuff, are you referring to a particular section in Chapter 5?
No, well, it's alluded to in one of the recommendations of 5, no, particularly Chapter 4, Water Resources Policy 1, page 29.
It's also the policy number 5, just worded slightly differently in Chapter 5.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, just so that I understand your question, you're asking if we have comments about these two policies, or
you are one of the eminent water lawyers who muck around in our world, and frankly, I'm interested in knowing about the approach the staff's recommending. What you think about it?
Okay. I just have to say that I'm impressed by your use of eminent and muck in the same sentence.
Do the best I can.
As a general matter, I would say, and I probably want to take a closer look before I give you a definitive answer, but in general, I've been very impressed with the quality of the work coming out of the staff drafts, and they've been along the lines that we anticipated the Council would go in our involvement with the legislation. But I'm happy to provide staff with more specific comments. And I see the reference on page 29. Joe, was there another policy in particular you mentioned?
It's the same intents on page 34.
In the multiple draftings of similar language, we didn't make ourselves consistent, but both of them deal with the same kinds of things. And it's the effort to try to figure out where water flows fit into the complex of issues,
Right.
where and when the water board should do it, how the public trust and the constitutional provisions fit. I mean, it's not an easy subject area by any means.
Right.
But we'd be really interested in your detailed comments on this approach.
Right.
These approaches.
Right. I will absolutely provide you with detailed comments on that. I will say, for purposes of today, that this is a place where we do see, as I mentioned earlier, that the work of the Council is very much building on the recommendations of the Delta Vision Task Force, and I think on the specific policy guidance in the Delta legislation that I wouldn't say elevates, but that clarifies that the legislature's continued commitment to the reasonable use and public trust doctrines, and we obviously believe that they have a central place in California law, and I think that is, as overall, reflected appropriately here. We did support the state board's action this summer. Another part of the Delta legislation directed the board to take a preliminary look.
Their environmental flow report.
Right, their environmental flow report. And while it is unusual for a public trust analysis to be done outside of the context of water rights, we think that that is a tool that is going to be more and more useful within California. I'm sorry, you look like you're going to ask a question. Oh, okay. The public trust doctrine has come to be viewed by many people as solely having to do with water rights, but in fact it is a broader doctrine than that, and I think has a more useful application than simply being limited in that context. And I think the state board, very very appropriately implemented the legislature's directives when it came out with its recommendations this summer.
Other questions of Ms. Kohler? Okay. Mr. Rockwell, I want to walk you back to your statement. On page 2, the top, I will read the sentence to you. Lastly, we are concerned about in-delta and upstream interest and the ability of the Council to mandate their involvement in all restoration efforts. Now, one, do you believe and do your organizations believe that water flows into the Delta have something to do with the ecosystem?
Yes.
And I assume you believe that watershed users of water may have something to do with the amount of water that comes into the Delta.
Certainly.
Did you intend by that statement to exclude them from consideration when dealing with adverse environmental impacts on the Delta?
No, I was referring mostly to restoration efforts that may occur. That's what I was trying to refer to there. So,
then the organizations have a preference that watershed users not participate financially or in any other way in restoration that positively benefits the Delta? Are you saying that?
Am I saying what again? Repeat that, please.
Well, one way to read this, and the sentence is not clear to me, is that you are cautious and urging they be not involved or only limitedly involved on restoration activities or things that benefit restoration.
Well, the intent of this paragraph is all I can tell you. I mean, I may not have worded it correctly because I will tell you I was writing it yesterday afternoon trying to get it into the council. So obviously there could be some confusion. Essentially, our concern here is wrapped around just including local communities and landowners and other interested parties in the dialogue around restoration efforts. So if it's an in-delta restoration effort, for example, we would want to make sure that counties and landowners are involved in that dialogue and are participating in the process of deciding what's going to happen and where and that process. And that's also true in, if we're talking about restoration that may occur outside of the delta itself, upstream, whether that's in the bypass reach or those kinds of things, we would want to encourage that those communities and people be involved in the process. That was the intent of the paragraph.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you still have a question.
Yeah, because one of the big themes that's been around for decades is that only water exports are causing the problems of the Delta. And That's not
Well, that's
traditionally.
that's not a theme
That's right,
that we're
and
trying
that's
to
not
push here.
traditionally an environmental position. But as we come close to this process, one of the things we're facing is that the watershed users, of course, are not at all enthusiastic about the notion that a restoration program with mitigation or possible stressor fees that we may or may not recommend might involve them. America's given to the general principle that there must be somebody else who's causing all the problems everywhere. And I'm just trying to figure out whether your group has a clear position on that. That is, that the problems of the Delta are caused by both exports and improper watershed use or regular watershed use. I mean, it's like the conversation on the runoff from either irrigated lands or non-irrigated lands. That's not an export problem. That's a watershed problem.
Right.
What's the right way to put that together in a Delta plan consistent with the statute?
Well, probably I need to think a little more about that and maybe even consult with, other groups that are involved in this to give a more definitive input on that, because that's kind of expanding it beyond what the intent of the paragraph was. I mean, and most of the intent of the paragraph comes from just our communication within Delta parties who, particularly with BDCP, have felt a little bit excluded from the dialogue on some of the things that are going on there, and have felt that there's a great deal of restoration recommendations being made without even consulting with them. So we want to ensure in this process that the consultative process, when you're talking about restoration on lands, whether they're in the Delta or maybe outside the Delta if it's appropriate, are including those local entities who have vested interests be included in the dialogue. So that was the intent of this.
Okay.
It wasn't beyond that. So.
Okay, Felicia.
I just have a question for you guys, and I know that we'll have a sort of a broader conversation about this on the agenda tomorrow, but I'm sort of curious as to your thinking about the extent of our jurisdiction. I mean, there's a question, if you read the comments, about the extent of the legislation and how far we should go. When you think about protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem, there's a question of where our regulatory reach is, but also our policy and recommendation reach. And to me, all of these issues are so integrally related. It ends up, it's not quite a tapestry, but it's what?
A mosaic?
It's not a mosaic because there are pieces that really go through each other. So I'll think of some bizarre organic organism before the end of the meeting.
A crossword puzzle with lots of missing pieces.
Or maybe one of those, maybe it's Bejeweled. Who knows? Sorry, inside joke.
Campbell has an observation.
He does. Good. Yeah, I just am curious as to if you all have thought about it, since we have you here, and being able to actually restore the ecosystem is about much more than just what you do on the ground, which is, of course, the heart of the Conservancy, but it's also about input, output, the whole mass of things you're saying. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to voice your opinions if you have one.
I just wanted to add that our legislation actually contemplates the Conservancy potentially doing work outside of the Delta. So it is provided for. I'm curious as to how the Cal-Fed Ecosystem Restoration Program fits in the mix, because it still exists, and it originally did a great deal of work in the upper watersheds for salmonids in a variety of capacities, and it persists. So I'm wondering if that gets to your earlier question about how we fit that in and what the jurisdiction is.
We're struggling with that, and you see in the second draft of the Delta Plan the incorporation of elements of the ecosystem recovery plan done by state and federal agencies, but only elements, because we want to satisfy the legal test of what is incorporatable. That's not a word. And also the scientific judgment that the portions that are included by reference meet the test of the best available scientific information we have. Any comments now or in the next couple of days you have on that approach, we're open, and we've gotten communications from a number of people suggesting a focused incorporation. Most people say, incorporate the following 75 plans I like. And you look at the plans, and they're not project plans, they're not very clear, they're just general exhortations to do good. And so this is trying to be as careful as possible to structure the regulatory things within the statute and referencing the two maps, for example, from the ERP program that are proposed to be in, as an illustration of a successful conclusion of a small part of a large study that is worthy of inclusion. And so we're interested in CalFed Bay Delta reports and looking at that question. But, you know, we're kind of cutting new ground here of how to do that, and we're looking for advice.
And I have a,
Ms. Kohler.
this is appropriate time to respond to Felicia's question. I think you are cutting new ground, and I think that was precisely the intent of the legislation. And again, not to keep beating this drum, but I think they got there based on the work of the Delta Vision Task Force, which I think made a point that is broadly acknowledged by most parties, which is that there is an enormous amount of overlapping jurisdiction, an enormous number of overlapping legislative and legal requirements. And I think one of the things that came out of that effort that the legislature really embraced was this notion that we need synthesis. We need a place and a number of responsible adults to bring together all of these different mandates and help make sense of them, help figure out where we can coordinate them and achieve all of these different objectives in a way that is not in conflict. And so given the and it's not an easy task. I don't mean to minimize that. It's an extraordinary task, and I candidly have nothing but admiration for those of you who have decided to work to take it on. But I do think that means that you have a very broad mandate, not a broad regulatory mandate. I think the legislature was very clear about this. I think you have a fairly narrow regulatory mandate. The state board remains the state board. The Fish and Game Department remains the State Fish and Game Department. DWR remains DWR. All of those entities very clearly in the legislation retain all of their life and regulatory perquisites. But I think where you come in, where this organization comes in, is with very broad policy authority to bring all of these different overlapping mandates together and say, okay, here's how this puzzle fits together. And I think I'm going to go back to Mosaic. I think it really is that. And I think you have the opportunity to take all of these things, which do overlap. If you're drawing the Venn diagrams, it's a lot of circles, and there's a lot that overlaps them, but there's a lot of those crescent moons that don't overlap. And I think it is not just your not just within your authority. I actually think it's your obligation to find a way to synthesize all of those things. So I think, given that, and given the breadth of the mandates at issue, I think you have, some very substantial policy authority within which to work. I don't know if that's answering your question, but
that was great.
Okay.
Diagram mosaic.
Yeah.
You like that?
Did you and Mr. Zuckerman sit around and think up this argument together? Because 2 weeks ago he gave an earlier version of something quite similar. Was it 2 weeks, Tom? I think it was 2 weeks.
It's just a great minds thing.
Got it.
I'd just like to kind of, jump on. Sorry. I'd just like to jump on Cynthia's bandwagon a little bit on that. I think, she's pretty clearly described, I think, the complexity of the situation. And I think what I see the council, or I hope the council is able to do, is to bring some stability to these consistently moving pieces that she so eloquently discussed here. I mean, there's a lot of moving pieces on a table. It's a little bit like a biological system in my mind. You've got a lot of interrelating pieces that influence one another in positive or negative ways, depending on what happens. So if the council can bring some stability to that so that we can actually have better definition of who's going to be responsible for what, and that may be just giving direction or making policy recommendations to the State Water Board or the Department of Fish and Game or those kinds of things. I just feel like my hope is that the council can bring that clarity and a sense of guidance, maybe a little bit, for how we move to a better place. I mean, it would be great, frankly, in California not to have this constant conflict between fishing or environmental groups and agriculture, for example. I mean, I honestly think, just from my experience of dealing with the Klamath River,
sounds like
that's
you're
possible.
describing the civil grand jury. Sounds pretty weak.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Rockwell, I want to go back to your letter again. You say, we recognize that we cannot return the Delta to its historic configuration. But we do know that if aquatic species recovery is to be achieved, some structural alterations will be necessary. This, to me, raises the major question I have on the environmental section and the hope in Delta Vision that there would be a process somewhere would create an understandable definition of a desired delta ecosystem that is not subject to the endless adjustments of particularized fishing groups or habitat species advocates or something to come in and say, no, I want more of that. Not that I think in American politics you can ever avoid any individual or groups coming in to defend their own preferences endlessly. But the hardest part is to try to take a phrase like can't return to its historic configuration and ask the next question. Okay, what configuration should we try? And the measures that count number of, fish at a certain time in a certain place have not satisfied everyone and don't seem to have led to magical, miraculous conclusions. I'm interested in a quantifiable, measurable, understandable approach that is different. Because I do not believe that we can serve what Ms. Kohler just described and the last 2 weeks ago Tom Zuckerman described as the larger public policy, the structural guidance, these aren't the right words, but the policy guidance, unless there is some ascertainable limit to the discussion. The same thing is true on water resources. A system that's driven by demands for water from everybody without regard to the supply doesn't make any sense to me. And an ecosystem that is the compendium of everybody's request for whatever they want, that has little relationship to the possibility of success, the scientific evidence on what might or might not work, doesn't make any sense to me either. So I'm struggling with that approach because I think that would in fact be an extraordinarily useful thing to have in a report like this if we can put it together.
Well, I think partially that's a science-based question. At least part of what I hear there is, what is a desired delta ecosystem? And if you're talking about that from a anthropomorphic point of view, it's going to be a different answer than if you're talking about it from a science point of view or an ecological system point of view.
I'm going to ask Cliff to respond to this, but what scientists ultimately tell us every time we get in one of these discussions is there are some choices in this matter that are public policy, not just science. A choice. Native species are always preferred over non-native species, except when they're not. That may be a scientific. I don't know, Cliff. How do we struggle successfully in this area? How do we struggle in this area?
Struggle is probably the right word. This is clearly where science and policy interface, and we're going to have differences of opinion, but we do need a clear vision. And if we have a clear vision of where we want to go, at least with certain habitat elements, that'll help. And also it'll give us constraints on cost, because putting things on a map and saying we're going to do this there at this point in time, I think is premature. But saying we have these kinds of elements that are missing that we need to bring back in the system, and where might they be best achieved, that helps move us down the road. And some of the habitat elements that people are talking about are freshwater tidal marsh, some off-channel kind of riparian areas, brackish tidal marsh. Where would they be best put in the landscape to benefit both the people and the organisms that live there? And we're not to the point where we can say that definitively, but in the plan we can say that that's a goal we want to achieve and maybe give a roadmap to how to get there.
Part of me would just say that at least over the last 10 years or so, it just seems like the ecological balance of the delta has just dramatically changed from what it was before, at least in recent history. So if we can get back to some level of balance like we had, say, in the 80s or 90s.
Recent history. Give me a measure.
Well, that's why I say if we go back to where we had some level of balance in the 80s and 90s, where we have listed species. ESA drives a lot of these things many times in my mind. So if you've got ESA listed species that are being regulatorily over agency is being managed or trying to be managed for recovery, then I think the Delta Plan has to try to achieve that type of success, at least with those listed species.
Well,
so
then let me give you an illustration. I have heard all advocates for ecosystem and species insist that saving every listed species is a top priority of the state of California. I know of no scientist who said that by doing the following 10 things, it's guaranteed. Lock, stock, solid, 100%, never to be varied.
well, I think if you're looking for guarantees on that, it's going to be difficult to
I'll
get
use you an
these,
example. On the first draft Delta plan, we included in Joe's cover letter was included from the staff some observations, one of which was there's no guarantee that after doing all of the things we're going to do that you can save the species. You hope to. You work hard to do it, but there's no guarantee, which is almost mirror language from Delta Vision, where we said the same thing. Everybody got on their high horse. No, you can't do it. I think largely for tactical reasons. You can't say that. It undermines our negotiating position, which to me is the most corrupting of all analysis, whether it's on the ecosystem side or the water supply side, because you're not talking about policy. We're just talking about protecting the negotiating power of certain parties. Give me an ecosystem definition. If you say, yeah, we want to have the same conditions that existed in a year, okay, I'm not sure that's the right way to do it, but I don't know. Campbell, what do you think?
Well, obviously these are questions that are exceedingly hard to answer. It's important to recognize
You're an expert.
It's important to recognize that the habitat values in the Delta have been lost between 90 and 95%. But our ability to go back and say that had they only been lost to 45% or 35% or try to define that number, you can't do it in a complex ecosystem. So we are left with best professional judgment, I think, ultimately, on what can be restored. Actually, I'm encouraged to see the use of the Ecosystem Restoration Program's conservation strategy that recognizes the importance of ecosystem function and processes and connectivity between corridors. Those are fundamental concepts that help target the type of restoration you need to do. They don't address the question of how much.
Well, let me just give you an example. We struggled in Delta Vision with exactly the same thing, and we ultimately came up and said restoration activity, habitat preservation of all types, regardless of the method of preservation, ought to involve, I think we said in the precise language, in the neighborhood of 100,000 acres.
Correct.
Now that leads Tom Zuckerman to stand up and say floating easement for the world, but I'm impressed with the fact that even if it's not the right test, is a measure that drives policy more successfully for public agencies than the kind of abstract 75 pages of narratives, 5,000 maps, and great visions. I'm just convinced of that as a matter of public policy. And something tells me that's where we ought to be headed. But, nobody talks that way precisely. So you do. You're the chief executive officer of the Conservancy. So what are the precise public policy guidelines that allow then a scientist to walk in and say, not on science, but on public policy you have done this, here are the ways that might conceivably either reach it or test the premise that we can.
Maybe I'll take a stab at this, Mr. Chairman, and give Campbell a break. I think the answer to your question, it can be abstract. We can choose to make it so abstract that it can't be answered, but I don't know that it's productive to go there. I think we do have some models to go forward. My favorite is the Mono Lake example. And I think I really know of no advocates.
That's because there was a lake level, 5,000, whatever in the dickens it was.
Nevertheless, a complicated ecosystem.
No, I appreciate it.
So my point there is that I know of no I'll just say very few environmental advocates who do want to, as Mark alluded to, turn back the hands of history. Nobody's talking about going back to a state of nature. Certainly none of the organizations before you today, and certainly none of the ones involved in the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. But there's a lot of space between those extremes, between the extreme of going back to a state of nature and the extreme of essentially not having a functioning estuary anymore. And I think the Mono Lake example is a good one, because certainly Mono Lake has not been restored to its pristine, diversion state, but it is functioning as an ecosystem. Now, that might seem too abstract, but since I'm not a scientist, to me that is a meaningful standard. What we are looking for here is not returning the delta to a state of nature, but to a state of ecological functionality as an estuary. I mean, sometimes when I hear people say, oh, we've just, we can't possibly, it's such a luxury, we can't possibly retain all of these crazy endangered species. We didn't get here by accident. This is not a somehow inevitable, natural situation that we're in. We have made choices to change the estuary. We've made choices to dump toxins, into the waterways. We've made choices to divert water out of the waterways. We've made choices to not do whatever it is we need to do to deal with invasive clams. We have made policy choices, and there may have been good reasons for them. I don't really debate those, but the fact that the estuary is now at the point of ceasing to function as an estuary is a not insignificant thing. This is the largest and most significant biological asset on the west coast of the Americas. So I think it is a difficult thing to be, I think we want to avoid being cavalier about what it means to retain that as a resource.
But you said give us guidance, give us vision, give us a parameter we can work toward. You have, and I recognize it, constrained legal authority under the Act. I recognize that.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
What is it?
Sorry, what is what?
Well, give me a measure. If we should restore, I'll just make it up, 17% of the historic delta, that's our goal in terms of collective habitat. I don't know.
Well, I'll say that, I think that may not, I'm not trying to dodge this, but I'm also not a biologist. There's reams of paper we can provide you. CalFed certainly had a vision. There's any number of visions out there. But the one thing that, as someone who does not generate evidence but who looks at it, I would say, I guess my response to your question as a non-scientist would be, it is, there's a couple of things that I think the evidence very clearly establish. And the first is that there isn't a silver bullet. It is clearly a mix of what has come to be known as stressors. Flow, I think, as Mark has said, is obviously in the mix. Toxins are obviously in the mix. Invasive species, the loss of habitat. There are, the usual suite of problems that we discuss must be addressed together, as they were candidly in Mono Lake and as they have been in any successful restoration effort. So we do need to have a sense of where we're trying to get to in terms of functionality. But I think we spend too much time in these debates at the extremes of we're simply not going to have a functioning estuary or we're going to return to a state of nature. I think we need to push those away and talk rationally about what does it take to have a functioning estuary, because that is, I think, the value that is at the center of a lot of the legislation that is driving this process, not just the Endangered Species Act, but the Clean Water Act, and various other statutes. You also have legislative mandates to guide you as far as that vision goes. You asked, what are we looking for? What are we trying to attain? You have both state and federal legislation that give you one measure, and I want to be clear here, not the only measure, but one measure is that has been adopted by both the state and federal governments, is to double natural production of salmon, and that's a very specific measure. It's between, I don't have the statute in front of me, but it's the natural production of between 1970 something to 1990 something. So that is a very clear directive on both the state and legislative side, state and federal side, that give you at least one parameter that I think must be addressed, that must be part of the guidance here, given the legislative mandate.
Let me make one kind of observation on this discussion, and that is that restoration of just streams and rivers in the United States is $1 billion a year industry. 90% of those never get evaluated for us to actually be able to tell whether they're effective. Yet we're talking about large-scale restoration in the Delta on a size and scope that is very rarely attempted. There are a few examples out there that we can turn to that have been successful. Mm-hmm. And I think before we go down that road of spending huge amounts of money, we need to put into the Delta an implemented suite of a few reasonable scale restorations and learn from them, and then see whether or not it's taking us down the direction we want to go, and then build from that effort. And at this point in time, it's not all or nothing. It's not we're going to take it back to historic, or we're going to have 10,000, we're going to have 100,000 acres. But at the same time, we can't have little postage stamps things just sort of randomly put on the landscape. So a few good targeted, moderate to large-scale restorations where we can get people who agree it's a good place to give it a go and evaluate them and learn from them. That, to me, is the mechanism to begin to move forward effectively, at least because you'd be learning from the process. We could apply adaptive management. I think it's doable. We had a wonderful group of people who've been involved in large-scale restoration here for a workshop a few months ago, and they wrote this little 4-page report and basically got, I thought, right at the heart of the matter. And the bottom line was, you've been talking about this in the Delta for decades. It's about time you start doing something and learning from it.
Exactly.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could to point you to one of the questions. Question 4 that is available to the panelists actually gets to ERP6, which would propose a policy under which local or regional land use plans shall not preclude opportunities for ecosystem restoration. And I wonder if any of the panelists have any views on that, whether it's Cynthia offering her perspective on regulatory authority or other views about that.
Do you want Mike to repeat the question so
Or
you
do
can
you
think of an answer?
do you want him to read ERP6?
It's question number 4 that is in the questions, and it seems to fit exactly with the point that Cliff is making here about good-sized restoration. And there's a proposed policy that land use can't preclude those opportunities or must direct such uses away from the most effective location. And if
Right. I did notice this policy, and I thought it was quite intriguing. My guess is that local counties may have some objections.
Yep.
But, and I guess there is a question here about the extent of the council's legal authority to impose such a policy. I don't think there's any question about your legal authority to recommend such a policy. But I think it would take a deeper dive on the legal analysis to determine, whether that's really a requirement that the legislation, whether that's authority that the legislation actually delegates to this council. I'm not prepared to answer that today. I certainly think there's no question that the council would be well within its authority to propose such a thing to the counties and to certainly negotiate with them. And it's a very intriguing and very bold approach.
You are correct. We did receive several comments.
That's right, I remember that.
Chris?
I was just going to weigh in, and we did receive several comments, and they were good comments. I appreciate the fact that you didn't wade into the legal question. I think that we do have authority to do that. I think it is in the Act, but I think the real question here, maybe Joe can chime in, is what's the rationale for the policy, and do you agree with the rationale? Is it the way to get at the problem that we're trying to get at? So hopefully we can all assume that we have the legal authority just for purposes of discussion, but obviously there are issues, and we recognize those.
Well, it seems to me, too, that question 2 is a similar kind of question, just dealing with floodplains. But I do think, as Cynthia said, I think giving direction on that, and it's a pretty bold policy, frankly, I thought when I read it, that you're stepping out there, but I think that's really great. I mean, I appreciate that, frankly.
My sense is it's too broad. Just speaking as the executive officer, that in the end we have to have another draft that we bring back to the council in, I guess we're going to release it a week from tomorrow. I'm worried about how it's defined, and that if we're going to put some requirement on somebody, we need to actually know who we're putting the requirement on and why we're putting that requirement on people, assuming that we have the authority to do that. So I'll take another example. In some place in the draft, we talk about a San Joaquin bypass. San Joaquin bypass has been talked about for years and years, and the land area that we have identified is pretty big. It's basically any of the land that could be used down there. And when I was thinking about, well, how would I amend that policy, still leaving it as a regulatory policy, my thought is that what I'd actually do is say, okay, this is the extent, this is the area where we should develop a bypass. There's a bunch of reports that call for a San Joaquin bypass. We should preserve the ability to do that in the near term, but we should at the same time make a recommendation to the legislature that they actually fund DWR out of bond funds for flood management so that they can go through the process with the Conservancy, because it has both ecosystem and flood management benefits, and acquire the land, and that we should do that right away, and that you don't have this unending mandate to protect all of this land that is not necessarily all going to be necessary for a flood bypass, but you do probably protect it for a year or two. In reality, that land's not likely to be developed in any other way anyway. It's not likely that any of the land that we're talking about here is going to suddenly be urbanized, both for economic reasons but also for flood management reasons. So it seems to me the real question is, how do we move forward, kind of what Cliff was talking about, and how do we kind of accomplish what we want to accomplish without going too far, but take real steps that are significant. So I would say that San Joaquin bypass is something that I hope we can come up with a revision on. I'll probably hear from people over the next couple of days, but so that the next draft of the plan lays out something more specific and more workable, not just a never-ending prohibition from doing anything there.
Maybe one quick comment. I'd like to add that I also agree.
Put the mic closer to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I also agree with what Cliff laid out. I think the idea of, taking some big bites and learning from them is useful, and I think we can also look back at the last decade and some of the decisions that were made there and learn from that as well. I mean, we're not coming into this with without any information. And then, as far as this policy 4, I don't know if this is the right question for Chris, and not to put things back on you, but I think in your next draft you may really want to take a look at the recent court decision that came out. You're nodding.
The access to Delta lands.
Exactly,
Yep.
exactly. So that's giving you some sense about, what the courts are sending some signals here about the extent to which requirements can be imposed. Now, it's a different situation, obviously, in that case, but I think that I think it would be interesting to analyze that and the extent to which that affects your analysis about where to go next with this policy, because I think there are at least some tangential implications there.
Felicia, then Pat.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I wanted to go back to where we were talking about, actually, the chair's question about the amount, and I had wanted to turn to Cliff, so it was good that we went to Cliff, which is one of the things that impressed me the most through the white paper process and Cliff and others' presentation is this notion of the functionality. It's almost, in my head, it was quality, not quantity, and adaptive management versus prescription and having it set in stone. So I actually would like to hear a little bit more from you, as well as the panelists, on a little more about what the shape of our prescription should be and in what level of depth. I mean, we've talked sometimes about sort of an aim high and steering vision for what it could be, which might not get to the chair's desire for a concrete number, and then how we were going to get there. And we've sort of talked about it, but I don't think we've totally laid it out yet in the plan. But to the extent that we talked about the ability to have enough habitat and functionality of all of those myriad things that are not just acres of land, but also where's the water, what's its temperature, how are you inhibiting introduced species, because the more natural those conditions are, the better native species can compete and all of that. How well do you think we've done so far, and where else do we need to go in getting to what will ultimately be the penultimate draft 7, if not, interim draft 4 or 5?
Well, I spent the whole weekend wrestling with these kind of issues. I'm not sure I answered all of them, but there is a need, I think, in the plan to basically go back to the concept that I think our chair found kind of interesting from one of our independent science boards, and that is the idea that we are working with a landscape, and a landscape that has multiple elements that we're trying to piece together in a way that it'll be more functional, and that it'll sustain also the human dimension of the people who use that land. And so where do we put some of these kinds of restoration efforts I think we've got to go in and try to do a few of these things that we think are going to have benefit in the short term. I look to my best examples I can find where people have done fairly substantive large-scale restoration, and they didn't go in and do it all at once. They did it in pieces. They implemented those pieces. They often used the pieces that they were thinking about for future restoration as a reference to suggest whether or not the restored system was actually improving in a direction compared to the system that had been left in prior condition. And it seems to me we have opportunities in some places in the Delta to do that. Again, I think I'm not an expert on the land use patterns. The people in the counties, the locals know that, but there are some opportunities in Sassoon Marsh. There are some opportunities in the North Delta to maybe put a few of these things on the ground. When I was, wrestling with writing, I stayed away purposefully from acreages, but I did try to identify a few of the key habitats that, as Campbell mentioned, are pretty much either non-existent or very, very small pieces left of what was there historically, and then talked about this idea of, which is in the Act, of corridors and continuity, contiguous land, and try to at least lay out a roadmap or a framework for getting there. I don't think I'm ever going to, as a scientist, I'm not going to say 100,000 acres is going to give you a delta that has everything you want in it, because I don't think we know that. But I'd certainly like to see some reasonable-sized pieces actually implement projects to see whether or not we are moving the trajectory towards a system that basically meets our co-equal goals.
Well, it would be nice if we could import as much as possible of those lessons from Queensland that you've talked to us about several times. It was really pretty impressive and different from what we've been doing here all along. So it would be suggesting something different.
Well, the one thing about the two that I know the best, which is the Kissimmee River restoration in Florida and the Queensland, is that the one thing they linked their efforts to were two things: communication, to be able to tell the people whether or not they're actually achieving their goals, and the second one is they had a finite budget, so they knew what their resources were, and they said, okay, with the amount of dollars we have available, this is what is our best implementation of those monies to try to make some positive change. So, if you have some sense of how much money you have to work with, and you have some clear vision of what you want to communicate relative to your effectiveness in doing these actions, that moves you along, and I think builds the public trust that you're actually doing something that's benefiting the ecosystem and the people that live in that place.
I just wanted to add a little, I hope, something that's constructive, and that is that, I think sometimes in our analytical world that we live in, that we run by rules sometimes that say, I should be able to get enough information and data right now so that I can predict what's going to happen down the road. And I just reflect on getting married 41 years ago and all the thought that went into that, and what I thought was going to happen at the time of the proposal, reflecting back now 41 years later, I would say probably was not anything close to what actually happened as opposed to what I thought was going to happen. And I think relative to what Cliff is saying, I think, from a biological reality for me, and it may only be me coming out of healthcare, I know that there's a homeostasis that occurs within any biological system, whether that's inside my skin or within the delta. And I think the things that we do know is that we've lost that homeostatic balance in the delta. And what we're after, and I think that's what the co-equal goal is trying to say, is we're trying to get back to at least some level of homeostasis. Now, there's also different types of homeostasis. It could be salmon dominant, it could be striped bass dominant, it could be black bass dominant, it could be something else. But the reality of it is, I think, is that we want to move some projects forward, like Cliff is suggesting, as within our budget and within our mandate, to do something that is going to hopefully, based on science and based on what they think is the best strategy, to move us toward, from where we are today, toward a better homeostatic balance. Now, we may get down the road 5 years or 10 years and say, well, we've achieved 20% of where we need to go, and therefore we need to do these next few things. So I just think you can't know everything ahead of time. And I recognize policy issues and people's lives get impacted because you may or may not make mistakes. But the truth is, we are going to make mistakes no matter what. I think it's important to just acknowledge that mistakes are going to happen. You just can't avoid that, even though the intentions are always perfect. But I do think, understanding biologically that we need to get to that homeostatic balance in the Bay Delta, that does include recovery of salmon species and, hopefully getting as many species off of the endangered list as we can over a period of time. And I think that's what I've tried to refer to in my comments, was that the process of phasing and picking the best projects that we can out early and moving forward on those, putting, projects that may have less value later on in the sequence is important. And to, as Cliff says, monitor as we go and measure impacts and then decide what is next. So I think it's just a process that some of that is faith, frankly. Just as I got married on faith that it was going to work. And fortunately for me, it did.
Felicia? You Okay, let's summarize. 45 pages of detailed comments by Ms. Kohler. Tomorrow morning for 25 pages of the balance.
Hey, Ms. Kohler is being honored tomorrow night for her exceptional career service.
At a public event?
At a public event.
Wouldn't it be appropriate if she were working on her notes to us during the entire dinner to illustrate her dedication and to prove that she needs an award every year or so? Yeah.
I'm delighted.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be of service in whatever way you want, Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
I just, to all three of you, ideas, comments, suggestions, reactions in writing as soon as possible. It's very important to us because the staff is sitting over there trying to do all of these things, and they're struggling with us, and, we have opinions, and we have some common opinions.
Actually, they're easier than we are.
They're easier than we are? Well, I wouldn't say that. But the input, and particularly, Ms. Kohler, some of the language you were suggesting, the sooner we can get that, the better. We've gotten some language suggestions from all sides, and it makes it much easier to sit down with language and compare it to what we're talking about than, to continue the kind of abstract discussion that normally goes on.
We can definitely provide that.
I'm sorry?
We will definitely. I can definitely provide that to you in a very timely way.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'd like to thank you very much for spending the time and the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got question 2 that I wrote some things up, so I'll just give it to staff and
Thank
they
you.
can send it around.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a brief recess. We'll be back at...
Mr. Chair, when would you like to have public comment on this panel? Because typically...
Well, that's a good occasion. Let's take some public comment on the first 2 panels so far. Thanks, guys. And then that will not force everybody to wait until later. I think that would be sensible. So is there anyone who would like to comment to us on the local government Delta Counties and Cities panel this morning, panel A, or panel B, the one you've just heard, the Delta ecosystem? I don't know if we have any blue slips. We don't have any blue slips, so nobody wants to talk to us. Sir, please come forward. Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. Why don't just grab a seat down there. It's probably easier to do it from the table. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Ottemuller. I'm with the Friant Water Authority. I will not be here tomorrow to be a participant or actually an observer with the water user panel that's going to talk. But one thing that just struck me as you were going through this panel and some of the questions about the where to put restoration, how much to do, all of those kinds of specifics, and it struck me as I was kind of looking back at the draft. I'm wondering where in your plan you are identifying the types of connections or the expected connections with BDCP. And you say complete BDCP, but you're not really saying how you think it ought to be connected. You're not really saying if, we think that there needs to be this type of restoration, and we will rely on BDCP to give us that.
We in fact have struggled at our last meeting on the same question of how to deal with BDCP, because we have 2 roles with BDCP, 3 really. the first role is we're a responsible agency under the Environmental Quality Act to comment on the process. We've done that several times so far. The second is we're a potential appellate body from BDCP under the terms of the law. So we can't find ourselves in the position of prejudging something that doesn't yet exist without jeopardizing our appellate role. But we talked at the last time about the notion of sending a status report, a completed commenting letter, probably directed not dissimilar to what we've said already, but in more understandable terms of the issues that BDCP, in our judgment, has to address and resolve. Not trying to tell them how to do it, but do it. Because ultimately the statute says if BDCP meets the test of law and either no one appeals it to us or we believe it also meets the test of law on the Department of Fish and Game determination of adequacy, that then we must incorporate it in the Delta Plan. But there's never been a pretense that BDCP is designed to answer all the questions of the entire Delta.
I understand that, and I guess from my engineering perspective, I think I've used this analogy before. It's kind of like you're building a bridge or some large project, and you're going to have a piece, whether it's a major span or some significant piece of that project plunked in there. And you need to know where all of those connections are. You're not going to tell those engineers exactly how to design it or what they have to do, but you have to tell them, I'm going to have this kind of connection here and this kind of connection there, so that they understand where things have to intersect, and so that you know when you're making your plan that you're not building in some conflicts that are going to come out of that plan. I think that's one of the other big concerns that I have, is that if you build your plan with certain requirements and obviously our letter thinks there's a little bit too much regulation in there, but if there are requirements in there that don't fit with the type of construction that's being contemplated in BDCP, you've got some built-in conflicts there. So I know it's something you struggle with, but it just struck me that maybe there should be a little more communication and about
and the statute's set up in some conflict because they gave us deadlines that we are supposed to meet, and there is not a deadline on BDCP. There may be practical and desired deadlines, but there's no statutory deadline. So,
my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone else like to comment on either of these panels? All right. We're going to take a 15-minute break, members, and so let's get back at 2:45. 2:45. Take your seats. Thank you very much. Council's back in order. Our next panel is here. Mr. Hardy.
Yes, Chair Eisenberg. This next panel is designated Panel C and entitled Delta Ecosystem Restoration and Agriculture. Agriculture has been a theme of many of today's comments, and it also has been an element that in my conversation with staff and stakeholders, it's been clear that it was important to have an explicit or begin an explicit conversation about agriculture, not only in the context of the Delta as a place, but because so many things are linked to agriculture in the Delta. So this is the first panel that is explicitly addressing this, not that this has not come up before, and I am confident it won't be the last opportunity you have to talk about some of these issues. So to kick it off, we had four very accommodating people to help me for a variety of reasons, and I'll let them introduce themselves. But I really do want to express my appreciation because I was working with people right up to yesterday in lining them up and asking them to prepare some remarks, and I do very much appreciate all of their willingness to be here today. So we'll just go down the line and have people, if everyone could just introduce himself, and then we'll get to your initial comments.
Mr. Tadman, let's see. Yeah, you've got to make sure the button is pressed, and the only way to tell is this red light in front of you that you can't see when you're looking directly at the mic. There you are.
My name is Brent Tadman with Conservation Farms and Ranches, Staten Island, Walnut Grove, California.
Okay.
And I'm Dan Sumner at the University of California, Davis.
I'm Katie Patterson. I'm with the San Joaquin Farm Bureau.
And didn't you just sign the 5 counties letter we got from the 5 bureaus? Yeah, very, very useful letter, which got posted 2 days ago, I think it did.
Excellent.
That's when I saw it.
Thank you.
Okay. I commend it to your attention.
I'm Russ Van Lobensel's Northern California, or Northern Delta farmer, 4th generation.
And by history and tradition, the only person mentioned in every history of the Delta from roughly 1868 on forward.
We have had our feet stuck in the mud out there, yes.
Yes, you have.
So, and for that reason, I'm actually going to ask Russ if he would mind kicking off with his initial comments, and then we'll just work our way down the table. I did want to mention that Dr. Sumner, I don't know if all of you have his the paper that the Ag Issues
Dr.
Center-
Sumner was commissioned to do a report for the Department of Food and Agriculture on the sustainability of agriculture in the Delta. That's not the right title, but yeah, Randy's got the issue, and that was just delivered to us late last week, which we posted on the website, and hopefully the other panelists have seen a copy too.
Okay, so Russell, if you will kick off the panel.
Chairman Eisenberg, members of the Delta Stewardship Council, I appreciate this opportunity to participate in this panel today. We are trying to farm as well, so it is a challenge, but it's an important challenge and one that I hope that I'm helpful for you. A couple of days we were given 7 daunting questions to answer. 5 minutes to answer them, and so I'll do my best, but I might exceed by half a minute or so. I've bullet pointed them, and so I think I can get through this pretty quickly. The first question is, what is my vision for the agriculture in a sustainable Delta ecosystem that achieves the co-equal goals? My vision and role of agriculture is that, first of all, that Delta agriculture will remain the primary land use within the Delta, and that Delta agriculture will produce, number 1, ecosystem opportunities and values, number 2, food, fiber, and shelter, and number 3, a vibrant Delta economy. There's no question that role will change over time, and how those products are delivered will be delivered differently and in different quantities and in different products. The second question is, what are the top priorities for agriculture that the Council should consider in developing the Delta Plan? The top priorities for Delta agriculture, from my point of view, are, number 1, flood control. We've all discussed that, and flood control is key to all the Delta services that are provided for the many different, all the way from water delivery down to transportation. Drainage is the second one. Delta agriculture depends upon being able to remove excess water, so drainage is key to our being able to productively have a productive agriculture. Good quality water, as agriculture throughout the state needs, good quality water is a key. And the final one, and probably for me the most important, is the flexibility to change as conditions and markets change, conditions within the Delta, and as markets that we produce for change, and those could be ecosystem markets as well as commercial product markets. And for me, just as a note, flexibility is really challenged by some of these draft policies that you see in front of you, and I'll just call 4 out, and if you take a look at them, you'll see that agriculture could be pushed into a corner pretty quickly and be unable to compete, unable to perform as a key element of the Delta Plan. And those 4 that I'd call out to you are WRP1, ERP1, ERP3, and we'll talk about P1 and P3 in a few minutes, and RRP6. The third question was, what are opportunities to achieve ecosystem restoration benefits for the Delta that are consistent with sustainable agriculture? I would rephrase that sentence slightly. I would remove the word sustainable and put delta agriculture in front of it. As soon as we start talking about sustainable agriculture, there's a lot of confusion as to what we're really talking about. And as I see the statute, the challenge for this board or this council is to create a plan that accomplishes the co-equal goals in a manner that also enhances and protects agriculture, not sustainable agriculture. So I would rephrase that sentence slightly. And I would start off by saying we need to recognize initially that delta agriculture already provides substantial ecosystem benefits. We need to understand that agriculture is already doing that. And then we need to focus our restoration efforts on areas that are already in public ownership. Finally, in those areas where restoration needs to occur, where lands are not under public ownership, I would suggest that we build upon and add to current benefits using incentive-based programs. Understanding that those areas are already providing some ecosystem benefits, decide what needs to be enhanced, decide what needs to be added, and create incentive-based programs to do that. We farmers are very clever. We're very resilient, and if you give us the right reasons to do things, you'll probably get them done. Part two of this, these 7 questions dealt with policies that are before you today. The environmental policies, P1 through 6, environmental restoration P1 through 6. Is that my 5 minutes?
Keep going.
The chair's prerogative.
Thank you. So the first question is, what recommendations do you have for improving the proposed policy or recommendation? I'd start off with environmental restoration policy 1. I think this one should be changed to focus, again, primarily on publicly owned land. And then, as there is a need to go beyond public lands, define the area as narrowly as possible and to the extent possible, commit to incentive-based programs. And the reason I talk about narrow, and I'll talk about it some more, is in these policies that we're talking about, there are very broad brush descriptions as to where these actions should take place. And because they're so broad-based, they are going to have impacts on a large area of agriculture where the actual restoration will probably occur only in some of those places. And as defined as you can get now, will remove a lot of negative impacts on the balance of agriculture. So focus the areas that you're interested in as much as possible. ER policy P3 deals with floodplains. I would suggest that this policy either be removed or be applied only where there is a legal restriction or a legal flow easement, where there is a floodplain that is being paid for in some manner to the landowners. Otherwise, what you've done is you've expanded a set of limitations that has not been paid for, and there's no easement to provide for that to legally happen. ERP4, while I appreciate the word feasible, I believe that setback levies are generally not feasible and would have a very negative impact on agriculture. That's where our transportation occurs. That's where all of our pumping, that's where all of our drainage occurs. That's the highest land in the Delta, in the North Delta anyway, is near the levees. You're dealing with 10 feet of elevation. That's where all of the pear crops are. That's where the grapes are. Setback levies are probably not feasible in a great part of the Delta. Maybe in other areas they are. I'm more familiar with the North. ERP5, in the event that the Water Resources Control Board does not meet its deadline, I believe there should be some interim provisions or some process other than just shutting down and saying no projects will be consistent with the Delta Plan. ERP6, again, this policy is very broad and needs to be more narrowly focused on areas of ecosystem restoration. Is there a different approach? I believe that there is. That's the second question. And that approach would, again, focus on the areas of ecosystem restoration, and policies should consider all policies, I think, within this plan should consider and limit the negative impacts on Delta agriculture. And the reason I say that is because the charge that you have is to advance the co-equal goals in a manner that protects and enhances Delta agriculture as well as other things. So all policies, I think, should be considered as to how they not only advance the co-equal goals, but impact Delta agriculture. Why is my approach better than the policies that have been presented? Well, I think that's pretty easy. Because it allows you to pursue the co-equal goals in a manner that protects and enhances the unique cultural, recreation, and natural resources and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place, which is your charge. The last question deals with, in general terms, what would be the cost of your alternative approach or policy and who would pay. In some ways, I think incentive-based ecosystem restoration might be less expensive. I don't know. But I believe all beneficiaries of the Delta should pay, all those that receive services, whether it's transportation, whether it's recreation, whether it's landowners and agriculture, whether it's those that use the water that comes from the Delta. And as we proceed with this plan, what we're doing is we're taking two goals, reliable water and ecosystem restoration, and I would say associated ecosystem restoration, because it all is sort of tied together. And that's the major beneficiary that I see coming from this plan, those that are benefiting, and that part of our economy in the state of California that benefits from more reliable water. And so with that, I'll conclude and pass it on. And I'm sorry, I probably doubled my time.
There's no way out. There's no way out of extending a 5-minute timeline, and we're not going to hold you to it. I think we're going to get the comments from everyone, then circle back for questions. I think that would make sense.
Sure.
If you don't mind.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lobenshils. Ms. Patterson.
Excellent. Thank you. Russell and I actually have the value of serving on a Delta caucus of the Farm Bureau counties that are affected. We're nonprofit groups. In my county alone, we deal with about 4,100 members. A portion of that membership is out in the Delta. So we are nonprofits. We do have limited resources, so we've had to kind of pull together just as the counties have done. And so we've used that to our benefit. So we're very lucky that we happen to share from those partnerships. Really quickly, boy, it was really great to be set up by the counties, giving some major infrastructure and land use opportunities and views of the landscape today. So I feel like we're going a couple of steps forward. I do hope that, as Mike has said, that this isn't the first and last conversation that you have with agriculture at the table, especially Delta agriculture, because this process has been going on through the Delta Vision and BDCP and other processes for quite some time. So we're very enthusiastic to be here. We're glad that you've requested our presence, and we would be hoping to help you guys in the future to get information as it comes up. San Joaquin County, I'm going to kind of speak from that perspective. We're 55% of the Delta. So we're not a small operation out there in the sense of the potential impact that may be incurred by a plan that you guys decide. And $547.5 million of agricultural products at the farm gate is what comes out of that portion of the Delta. And if you put a multiplier of 3, which DWR uses, and our county kind of looks at it more as a multiplier of 5, that's quite a big impact in the state here. What was interesting is in Daniel's report, he did a very good job of categorizing what the Delta crops provide in our area, and there are a lot of field crops, and those help to support out of Delta farming operations, and specifically the dairy industry that's in our Lodi and Stockton areas in Escalon, and because the cost of the transportation, and I know that was outlined in the report there, but I just thought I'd bring that to your attention, the importance there. We have a lot of issues, that we're currently operating under, and I call it the cloud of doom, because we have Dr. Doom running around out there. Cloud of doom sounds kind of catchy too, and we're operating with a lot of conflict right now. There's conflicting regulations as we look at levee maintenance and management. We have the State Department of Fish and Game, requirements, and we have the Federal Army Corps of Engineer requirements. If you put a picture of the two together, I bet you guys could probably identify which is which, and that makes it it very difficult when you're looking at a system that's integrated, through a large region, and how that impacts, upstream, downstream looks. So we also have this lack of implementation or follow-through on regulations, and nobody likes the regulations, but if you're going to have them, let's hold some people to them, and I think that really comes down to water quality standards. As we get the tailwater coming out of San Joaquin River, we have consistent degradation in the saltwater content that comes out. So the high salinity standards at Vernalis, it happens every year, and it's like, well, we're just going to keep on going. And that really affects our farmers in the South Delta, and we get stuck because the loop and those salts then get shipped back down to the Central Valley. So it's a perpetual problem there, and we're not addressing it, but we continue to move on as the status quo, even though those rules and regulations are in place. So we need to address, why we have something there that's not working, and maybe there's some fine-tuning that may be able to happen through this Delta plan. We have to look at the private role for habitat creation, because we have these terminologies: protecting, restoring, and enhancing. But really, in some instances, restoring is creation. We're in a system, man-made system of 150 years that is evolving. No way, shape, or form is this plan going to be looking at a static picture and hoping that it only holds true to a static situation. So we need to be looking at, if we're going to be creating habitat here, who's our primary landholding? We talk about it like it's just, well, this is this piece of land out here, but each parcel out there has an individual family that is attached to it, or a business of some sort, and we have to understand that that affects a number of people. So as we talk about it on the 30,000-foot level, we have to understand there's somebody on the maybe negative 10-foot level out in the Delta, who that's going to affect. And so we have to make sure that they're integrated into this process in a way that works for them, not just mandated to do something, but integrated with potential opportunities with, as we've seen in NRCS, which is the Natural Resource Conservation programs that they roll out, they're voluntary efforts. They see things that will help them to be productive. And bottom line, farmers will do things that will help them to be productive. And that's what they will go for. If that's the carrot that's out there, in terms of, developing some conservation buffers or things that will help them out there that can be offset. But if you're going to tell them that they have to take on some type of mandate that is going to affect the bottom line, and it's just not going to pencil out. It's not going to work, and there's going to be resistance. So finding ways to work at that level, and that's a hard job and task to do, we would highly, highly encourage. And then we kind of dabbled with that conversation, how much habitat is enough? And I really appreciate Cliff's comments over here in the sense that, well, okay, if we're going to do something, we're going to take off a chunk and we're going to go small. We're going to look at adaptive management. Let's see what works. Because if we build it and they do not come, there's going to be a lot of frustration in terms of the bonds and the financing mechanisms and all of the people that have come around the table to see that this wasn't fruitful. So we want it to be successful, and that's why we're here, and this is why we're doing this groundwork. But we also want it to be in a way that how much is enough. Maybe we reach a threshold, because we're talking about philosophical ideologies of what needs to be done, what's currently existing, and how we want to shape it into the future. Again, back to a man-made system. We're going to make it a man-made environment then. So we have to take that into account. Again, back to that sustainable agriculture, I agree with Russell that needs to be stricken from that plan, because sustainable is one of those terminologies we're going to go back and forth with, and we don't want to get bogged down in that type of thing for your plan. You want to move forward. And for us, sustainable agriculture has to be profitable. Those two must, be in the same equation. And maybe that's not the same thing for a sustainable environment, because what's sustainable in an environment may be completely different. So understand that terminology, as it's understood through agriculture and maybe through environmental interest or other interest, may not be the same. So let's make sure that we're using the same terms and that we're on the same page. Again, we're back to these assurances. We talked about a marriage earlier today. Marriages have ways in and out, and if you have a prenup that has what the rules are up front and those aren't being met, there's consequences, to that. There's divorces. There's ways to, understand this planning mechanism, but to do your best faith effort to make sure that all the parties involved are going to get what they expect out of it, and I think that's really important, that those assurances on the ground, while they may not always happen, there needs to be ways that the people on the ground that are being effective have ways to mitigate mitigate if there's an issue. And I think that needs to be brought up in the process. And 180,000 acres of habitat that's proposed in other processes, BDCP specifically, is a lot of acreage that was out there in those reports. And that may have changed since the November reports. And I liked what I heard again is scaling back, looking at what we have currently and how do we enhance that first. And then maybe we take the next step. If we looked at a phased process here, what is our inventory on the ground right now, enhance it, and move forward to what would be the goal in creating it in a strategic way that, again, integrates those individual landowners on the landscape. At that point, I will pass questions on to the council here. Again, thank you for having us here and a part of this process, and I look forward to a good discussion.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sumner.
Thanks for inviting me this afternoon.
And I want to say that Dan is my neighbor, and I hope that you treat him appropriately so that I don't have any consequences with my recycling bin or anything like that.
I was going to say the same thing.
All right.
First thing I should probably say is I'm here representing myself mainly and the Agricultural Issues Center. We did a report for the California Department of Food and Agriculture, but whatever views are stated in that report are not those of the Secretary or the Department per se, and I think they'll make that clear, and I wanted to make that very clear to you as well. I won't be and can't be as specific as our previous two speakers. They're in the Delta. They know the perspective, and I think they know much more about on-the-ground reality of operating farms and ranches in the Delta than any of us from the outside really can. So we should put that on the table. And I also agree with the comments of both Mr. Van der Sel and Ms. Patterson. And in particular, the idea that what I would say summarizes saying stability or sustainability doesn't mean rigidity. And that's something we really have to watch out for in this process. I actually am teaching this quarter a course called The Economics of Sustainable Agriculture. And one of the things that we emphasize is that flexibility is a part of sustainability. And secondly, that profitability, that is something that's economically viable, is a prerequisite for sustainability of agriculture, as is some other criterion as well. And that's, I think, fundamental. It's something that this council appreciates. After decades of Delta study and policy adjustments and the like, the one thing I think about the only thing there's universal agreement on is that there's lots of disagreement left. That is, there's lots of questions left unanswered. I like to quote Lund and my colleagues at the university who called the current management of the Delta economically and environmentally unsustainable. And I think that's what we're dealing with here. The status quo is really not an option for anybody. And there are things coming down the pike that make the status quo even more fragile. Our report had very modest objectives, and I want to be clear about that. We were not asked to think about what management of the Delta meant for agriculture outside the Delta, nor were we asked to think about what other environmental or other concerns that are the mandate of this council. We were really asked to investigate viability of agriculture within the Delta, what sort of changes are likely to happen under alternative ways of encouraging agricultural stability or sustainability within the Delta. We could go through facts and figures that Tom Rosenmolina and I put together. I don't think we need to spend any time at all doing that this afternoon. You have a report. I prepared a little short summary of that. We know that most of the Delta is field crops. We know that lots of those field crops are in fact supplied to the rest of what I would call local or regional agriculture, especially the dairy industry, but also tomato processing plants and others. And another important component of the Delta, not as many acres, but a very important component, are wine grapes, tree crops, vegetables that are sold within the local community here. So it really is a significant component of local agriculture. That said, farmland in the Delta faces some very severe challenges that, by just about everybody's reckoning, will require major investments if one were to think you were going to continue the status quo. And in fact, we end by suggesting we're probably not in a position to seriously consider that for financial reasons. We went through a series of options that people have talked about that are popular in discussions about helping agriculture maintain itself or generate agricultural income out of fewer acres. And I could go through those here, things like agritourism or biofuels, producing for the local community, those sorts of notions. Alternatives, if you will, to broadacre or field crops. Our bottom line is there's no magic bullets, and certainly those of us from the outside can't say to individual farmers, gee, you haven't thought of these things, we'll tell you what to do. That doesn't make really any sense at all. There's plenty of very creative, thoughtful people who are looking for profitable opportunities every day, all day. That's what they do for a living. And we're not going to come up with magic bullets. That's not to say that as data, and it was emphasized by the very first speaker, as Delta agriculture evolves, the crops will change, the opportunities will change. Maybe there'll be more revenue generated out of agritourism. There may well be some opportunities for some individuals there that they'll pursue. But I think as a matter of public policy, it's dangerous to think we're going to add a lot of dollars that'll turn something that, for which there's not enough demand now, into something that's greatly profitable for the farms there. The other place I'll take a minute or two to put some emphasis is on the regulatory context, and this is not just environmental regulations or land use regulations. We did a study a few years ago for Solano County where they were concerned, not so much on the Delta side, but just generally, what could the county do to encourage the maintenance of a vibrant agriculture in Solano County, in a county that was very rapidly urbanized over the last decades. And what we found in looking through the system there was that the county, with the one hand, wanted to encourage agriculture, and with the other hand, had lots of local rules and regulations and complications that just made business hard. Things like, yeah, we want to encourage agritourism, but if grandmother makes cherry pies out of your cherry orchard, that's called manufacturing. You can't sell them at the farm stand. Literally on the books in that county. And so you can see the farmers there saying, come on, guys, you're not, if you can clear some things out of the way, we can go on and do our business more effectively. I guess the bottom line, and my point is there's no magic bullets in terms of stimulation that this council can come up with that the individual farmers won't themselves think of, and they're moving all the time. And that's, I think, what we heard, emphasizing that the things that encourage rigidity in agriculture don't help sustainability, and that's a key point. When it comes to the kind of investments that would maintain, say, all the acreage in the Delta in production, my colleagues, again, Lund et al., and there were half a dozen of them doing this work, including Richard Howitt, my colleague in economics, they came to the conclusion that it would be billions. Numbers could vary, but say as a ballpark figure, $4 billion to keep a couple hundred, 250,000 acres in viable production in some cases. If you compare that number per acre to the value of the land, it's maybe double, maybe triple the value of the land, which means one of the likely evolutions of Delta agriculture is going to be fewer acres. And that's something I think that most people generally accept, that that's the kind of changes that are going to be happening. Doing that in a smart way is your job. I'm glad it's your job, my job. Let me end there.
Okay, Mr. Tadman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Could you pull that a little closer to you so we can get your broadcast on our simulcast here?
I have to say, probably my biggest fear in driving up here was either being first or last. I found out about being here last night about 6 o'clock that when talking to Mr. Leo Winternitz, he says, you should be giving this rather than me. and so here I am. So I apologize for the short notice, and I will do my best to give you some insight. I am a farmer. I am with Conservation Farms and Ranches, and it is a subsidiary of the Nature Conservancy. I am responsible for farming and land management of approximately 11,000 acres on Staten Island and McCormick-Williamson tract. And so literally I left here from the field. As Russell was saying, we are farming, and this is our time of year, and this is what we do. So I was asked to mainly just talk about a couple of items quickly. Was what is needed for a Delta agriculture and developing the Delta plan. And I start off with saying, if you look at the Delta as a whole, and if it's 400,000 acres plus or minus, most all of that is made up of private ownerships, on the ground families, private business people out there making their living day in, day out, providing for the land and land stewardship and using the best management practices that we currently have available to continue what we do. So most of these farms are generational farms like the Van Lobencells, and that's something that us in agriculture are very, very proud of, and we take it very seriously that, you know, we can pass it on generationally. Our natural resources that we have, the land, the soil, the water, are something that we are deeply concerned about and value highly. We go out of our way to find ways to protect those resources, whether it be water, whether it be land, whether it be materials placed, materials sprayed, herbicides, pesticides. We are in an age of technology to where we're putting ounces per acre with GPS guided vehicles to where we can pinpoint things and we can do things, whether it be variable rates and ways to continue our lively and longevity of what we do and where we live. Also, the things that we're also very passionate about is the quality of our places that we operate on and that we steward on, and that's shown by when you look at the wildlife habitat that we provide for year in and year out, whether it be in the wintertime when we have a tremendous amount of migratory waterfowl, but throughout the year of the resident habitat that calls their place our place also. So we look at soil quality, sustainability, farming practices, and water quality. And along goes with that is levee maintenance. We do live, I call them divots more than islands, and those levees is what protects us, and that's where our homes are. And so most of the reclamation districts, as you well know, are made up of local landowners for the given district. We provide basically 24/7 maintenance, security, patrolling. We're on these places day in and day out, and it gives us a hands-on, on-the-spot place to where if there is issues, if there is maintenance that needs to be made, it's in our best interest as a landowner or land steward to take care of those. The levees are also needed for conveyance and water quality, and without, basically, as we all know, the levees were built of private landowners that when we started reclaiming these islands, and up until even continuing on today, and especially for an example, my place now, we're involved in a major project of levee maintenance, and we do so year in and year out. Just touch a few things. As we all know, California leads all states in production of agricultural income in the United States. We grow about 200 different crops, so we're pretty diverse. No matter where we're at in the state and what we grow, we have a huge responsibility in providing food. We generate about $37 billion in revenue generated annually in California. We're ranked second in livestock production, second only to Texas, but number one in dairy. So food production, whether it be crops, whether it be vegetables, fresh produce, whatever, is very important. Most of this industry is made up of private and individual business owners. as a whole, from one end of the state to the other, and especially in the Delta also. As our population increases and our third world countries get protein added to their diets and they become, let's say, protein addicted, us in agriculture have a huge responsibility. If we look at population increases by another 50% in 50 years, we have a huge job in front of us, and maintaining our resources, the land and the water, is going to be very key worldwide. The Delta, as I said before, provides a very key habitat in migratory waterfowl in our state. We are a pivotal area for waterfowl, migratory birds, in the wintertime, and they're there because we provide a food source for them. It works in well. We have great preserves. We have great refuges that provide feeding and loafing areas also, but those birds do migrate around, and you see them from the farm fields back to the preserves and back to the refuges mornings and night, and it's quite a sight to see. So how do we continue the Delta agriculture? As I'll say, is landowner and land management. We are basically on the ground, and we're doing it day in and day out. We do want to continue doing this. We know this is something that we have to cherish and we have to take care of, and that we have a big responsibility in feeding the world. Providing and growing suitable crops that's for your right area, whether you're in the Delta or whether you're in San Joaquin County or whether Kern County or Siskiyou County, is using the best crops for that area and the best crops for that land. Using conservation tillage practices, ways that we can reduce passes, machinery technology that provides for both soil and water quality. Providing that food source for wildlife habitat, whether it be migratory, upland game, animals, raptors or shorebirds, and keeping our water quality. And we all know that, and that's why we're here, is water quality is a key issue for everybody involved in the state. With that, I will end, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tatton. Appreciate that. Don.
Yes, I want to certainly thank our panelists, and I guess one of the questions comes out of I think the common theme certainly about agriculture and what it will take for it to certainly be viable, sustainable, with the flexibility, I think, as both Katie and Russ pointed out. But I guess what I wanted to, and maybe just to ask Dan about this, and I know you're referencing others' work, but on page 2 of the handout you provided it to us, which was just a summary about the infrastructure investments, and it goes back to what I heard all the panelists say is related to certainly the levees, the fragility of levees, what it means obviously to the people who farm behind them, who live behind them. And I guess what I wanted to ask about was that oftentimes I see the equation that comes down to number of acres, what the value of the land is behind, as per the assessor's office in any given county, and what it might go for in the open marketplace. But I think that a key piece, and I guess I would ask this of you, Dan, a key piece that seems to be missed, and it's what the other 3 panelists touched on, and you did as well, but I think that is they do this equation. Well, okay, if we're going to fix the levees, it's going to cost X amount of hundreds of millions or billions of dollars to do that. The value of the land behind the levees is only, half that amount, or in this case, it's about a 40%, 35% strict values. But what's missed there is the farm gate value, then the either trebling or 5 times or 7 times the multiplier, and what that means to the economy in a region, but throughout the state, let alone the food and fiber that's produced, and what that means to. And so, are there other ways of doing that analysis? Because if you just do the strict analysis, you always come out with a deficit. Well, it costs you twice as much to fix it, so what's the value in that? But when you look at it just on a given year, what I heard Katie say in San Joaquin County, for example, you got $500 million or more farm gate, and you do 3 times that using DWRs, you're $1.5 billion. If you go 5 times that, you get to it real quickly. That's annually. And you look at that, and yet the equation seems to miss that. It's like, the value of the land beyond any agricultural value or environmental value. And so what's your sense, again, from kind of the academic point of view? Do they use the equation? I mean, you can always, but those numbers get missed a lot of times. I don't see those quoted. I see the ones about value of land, what it costs for the levees to be fixed, and then, you do the math. Well, it's too costly, so we, people draw the conclusion, well, we can't do that, or it's not going to be possible to do that. So I'm curious about what you see in the other works that both your work as well as other works that are produced, those that are looking at this from an academic standpoint.
Right. Let me say 2 or 3 things there. We do a piece of work at my center. It's on the front page of my website called The Measure of California Agriculture, where we look at lots of revenue figures and then apply various multipliers to them. We also look at employment and apply multipliers to that. And there's no question that agriculture and other activities, whether it's a shoe store or something else, generates jobs beyond the individual activity and contributes to the economy in that way. And in fact, the important thing about that work to notice is that that's true for other things other than just farming. So if you take $1 out of farming, remember, there's a multiplier associated with that. You move that dollar to something else, there's also a multiplier associated with putting that dollar somewhere else. So you have to be careful not to think, it's not like you're taking $1 of revenue out of farming. We hope you're not taking that $1 of revenue out of farming and just throwing it away or wasting it. Now, so keep that in mind for just a second. The calculations on land value versus the cost of maintaining the land do in fact incorporate, if they're done carefully, what people, these aren't, the values I use aren't tax assessors or anything, they're actually market values. And those capitalize the future economic returns from operating that land and farming. So they really are the same kind of calculation. If I own a piece of land and I'm going to decide, am I going to put drains into that land? Am I going to use my own money for that? Or am I going to make other capital improvements on that land to improve its productivity? I'm going to ask, does that pay in the long run? And that's the same calculation it does here. So it should be an appealing calculation to you. And it does capture, in fact, the future agricultural uses of that land from the point of view of the people that are farming it. Now, if there are additional benefits to agriculture that are not captured by the people that are actually farming it, such as a lot of us, I've certainly one, enjoy the idea of farmland being around. I just like it. I'd be willing to pay for it if somebody could figure out a way to charge me. I would. And in fact, we do to some extent in tax money.
Let me write that down. University professors interested in agriculture per head charge.
When I drive down 99, I like it. When I drive down I-5, other people look one direction. I look at the farms. And my wife yells at me, watch the road. But, okay.
Otherwise, you might buy the farm if you don't watch the road.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. But the point there is, and it's also true for ecological services that are provided by the farms, and we've heard every one of the panelists talk about those. To the extent that those values don't get into this market price of the farm, they're not captured by the market price of about roughly $6,000 an acre. Now, but let's be balanced about it. We want to balance that against the ecological or other services from the land as either environmental habitat or maybe other uses in the delta other than farming. And some people would claim, yeah, that's right, there are ecological services from the farmland as it's farmed and also values in its other uses. You folks have the challenge of balancing. You're going to hear from both sides here, obviously, and I don't mean they're two opposing sides, but they're two people that emphasize things a bit differently. Both of those are important. But I don't think, what you don't want to say is there on the one hand, there's the value of agriculture producing food and fiber and jobs and all of that, and that spreads through the economy. And that's something completely different than the market value of that farm, because most of that is captured in the market value of that farm. What's not captured is the additional economic benefits. Call it me driving down 99 if you want, but it's whether it's environmental or ecological or what it is, it's the additional benefit of that farm over and above the market. That's what's not in that number.
And if I just could, because being, it is a land-based activity. I mean, just by its very nature, and that the way we calculate value, certainly in some quarters anyway, is that certain level of improvements, or what the market value is because it could be used for something else. But if you have it for agricultural purposes and it's valued in that structure, even with the calculations you've said, you're not ever going to get to what the value of the land would be that this hotel sits on, for example. But because that's not what that's not the end goal. And so I think the comparison, and I appreciate what you just explained, it needs to be a fair one, because if in fact you argue for infrastructure improvements in a more simple calculation, it's difficult to get there, just if you're just doing the math. But I think you've certainly reflected how other things to take into consideration. So yeah.
If you think about improvements of farmland, obviously the calculation of value per acre for vines or for orchards will be higher. They've got these improvements on them if they're viable vineyards or orchards, for example. And the same would be true for structures and other things. And so there the calculation would likely go the other way.
Okay. And if I could, Mr. Chair, just any other panelists, I mean, you kind of heard, I referenced people's comments generally, so any other panelists could maybe give a quick response.
Mr. Van Lobensel's.
Yeah, I would like to comment on that. When you look at the value of the levees, and if you just look at the ag land behind it, you lose one of the major benefits that they provide, and that is the water infrastructure that the Delta provides. And if you looked at a $4 billion investment maintaining the Delta as it is today, that's a pretty cheap investment when you look at some of the alternatives that are being considered to establish and to maintain a water infrastructure. So I would say that when you look at the value and the reasons to maintain those levees, you've got to go beyond just the value of the farmland behind it and that production, but to the value of all of the services that are provided, whether it's maintaining good quality water, keeping the salt out of the system, moving water from point A to point B. All of those have major values, and some of them have perhaps more value than the agriculture production behind those levees. So, as you go forward, I think you have to balance all of that as you look at levees, which are a major part of continuing to farm in the Delta. And throughout the Delta, they're different circumstances. They're different conditions. And the North Delta is entirely different than the Central Delta and the West Delta and those sort of things. But I would suggest that, and in my closing remarks, I try to say that all those that receive benefit should participate, and those that receive the most benefit should participate the most in maintaining the infrastructure and those kinds of things that are going to make your Delta plan function.
Pat and then Randy.
Dan, your summary of your report says that Delta agricultural land is shrinking, and then it examines ways to increase agricultural-related incomes, agritourism, production for local markets, biofuel, feedstock, ecotourism, and is not very encouraging that these would add much revenue or income to Delta farmers. Is there something else to the report that's more encouraging?
The main point I wanted to get across there is to review some suggestions that are often made in talking about local agriculture in various places. These are ideas that I didn't make these up, obviously. And I guess here I said no magic bullet, and I want people to recognize that if it's not that agriculture is shrinking, but if you were to pursue a policy that would reduce agriculture in the Delta, there's some real cost there. It's not like you can say, oh, well, we'll solve their problems by telling them to produce for local markets, or, gee, we'll encourage these guys to do something else they're not smart enough to figure out themselves. That's probably unlikely to happen. It's not to say there aren't some opportunities, and there will be changes. Let me reinforce as well the final comment that we had here. We compared the farmland values behind the levee to the cost of the levees. And to the extent that the levees are providing other services, of course, that adds to the value of the levee. So this was strictly the farmland calculation. If the only reason you put a levee in place was to keep the farmland there, you're probably going to lose farm income, you're going to lose value. And if the only reason you had that levee was to protect that farm, it's probably not the kind of investment the individuals running those farms would make these days, because the land's not worth that much. If there are other reasons for those levies, that adds to the value of the levies. And that's
I was interested, maybe Katie or Russ or Brent might want to address that.
I'd just like to add to what Dan was saying. When I read that report, and yeah, it doesn't glamorize the high return on agritourism, but I can say from my own account that on Staten Island we house a large amount of wintering sandhill cranes, and the ranch ourselves, out of farm dollars, we've built pullouts and kiosks and areas for bird watchers, and what it does bring is a more public awareness of just how important those levees and those deltas are to provide that habitat. And when those people come out that may not have a keen sense of the delta, or may have just traveled off I-5 or somewhere else and stumbled upon it, that it really is a place that is worth preserving and maintaining ongoing with both agriculture and habitat. And that's where agrotourism and those type of things, while they may not generate a high amount of revenue, it brings that importance of what it is out there.
I think to further on that point, we're in a place where our fates are linked. If that scenario is true, and it seems pretty dismal, that land is going to be lost, that also means then the opportunity for food stocks and habitat foraging grounds is going to be lost as well. We're not in a position in the state that we have really sounded the horn that agriculture is a strategic resource. We have the growing population, and we say that we may not be able to increase our values dramatically out in the Delta, but if you look at agriculture in a wider span of time, we've increased our efficiency, in terms of water usage. We've reduced the amount of product that we put on our crops. We've done genetically modified plants, whether people like it or not. There are some of those out there that have helped to be more resourceful as we move forward. And so agriculture continues to evolve. But, in a panel earlier today, we're talking about, mitigation programs, for the loss of ag land conversion. That's great. It probably feels really good, but at the end of the day, it doesn't create 1 acre of prime farmland that we can, produce anything off of that will feed the growing population. So at some point, we have to look at this and say, the habitat is great, and I think that it has a role in this process, absolutely. But the agricultural resources for this state have to be protected in a better manner, because right now a mitigation program for, conversion for other uses isn't working.
Randy, then Hank.
Well, first, Dan, I read the report, and I thought it was very sobering. But I thought it could be applied to just about any part of the state of California as far as agriculture is concerned, because we all face challenges. Our margins are thin, and our expenses are going up. I admire Brent and Russell for the ability to overcome the challenges, particularly your family in the 100+ years that you've been farming. And you've seen a lot of change, and no doubt there's more change coming. But some of the conclusions in the report are that probably going to lose 100,000 acres to flooding because of the unsustainability of some of the islands and some of the levees. That's sobering stuff. And as we look at a 90-year plan, those are the kinds of things that come into play. In the short term, in the midterm, Russell, you mentioned incentive-based programs. I think it would be useful if you could give us some examples either of incentive-based programs that have worked in other parts of the state or ideas that are currently being considered, and Brent and Katie had encouraged you all to contribute. But if there are ideas being kicked around in terms of incentive-based programs to assist the profitability or the ongoing agricultural presence in the Delta, I think that would be helpful to this council.
If I can respond to that, I think, we're in a place where we're kind of playing chicken with one another in the sense of how big are we going to be in this habitat conversion process and this development, because we're waiting on another part of this plan that's going to be integrated that will be a guiding post. And so to the degree that we're able to say this is what we need, we can't really respond to that because we don't have all the answers either on that. So we can look to programs like the EQIP program, which can put in habitat buffers or irrigation return systems and some other things that have been really valuable for reducing agriculture's footprint on the landscape. But we kind of keep running these circles, and maybe we're moving a couple inches at a time here, but until we see something that's really big, are we talking just like doing inner levee type of restoration? Are we talking full island? That we can't respond to that. I think with an educated direction for this panel, because it doesn't exist out there, we don't know what it is. You're still trying to wrap your minds about what it is, and that's the difficult part as we move forward.
I think, Randy, when I talk about incentive-based programs, they have to be built upon what you're expected or what you want to have accomplished, and then you figure out how to come back. NRCS has incentive-based programs. They have a goal of what they want to accomplish, and then they figure out how to do it. If they want to improve the air quality, they help with replacing engines, those kinds of things. So when I say incentive-based programs, I'm not defining anything because I don't really know exactly what we want to accomplish. But once we know that, then I think we can build incentive-based programs that can be meaningful to agriculture and can result in probably accomplishing some of your goals with regards to ecosystem restoration, especially at a less cost than purchasing the property and doing it on a public basis. And I would like to just add to what Kent said. There are programs that say, well, if you don't, for example, disc your corn stubble, and it becomes habitat for sandhill cranes or other foraging habitat for waterfowl. There are incentive-based programs in some parts of the state to do that. Where we are in the Delta, I don't have an incentive-based program other than that I like to see the sandhill cranes fly out of Stone Lakes and forage on my property during the day and fly back at night. It's just an uplifting thing, and it's things that agriculture farmers do, not only because it improves our profit position, but because we appreciate the ecosystem benefits that we can provide and still stay in business.
Hank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for you, Dan. You're getting a lot of attention today. We don't see many economists around here. Maybe that's a operation of supply and demand. I don't know. I'm looking at the last paragraph of your one-pager with 2 sides on it, and I did not, like Randy, read the entire report. But you're quoting some numbers that are a little bit unsettling. And I don't know if they're your numbers or not, but I'd like to get a little background on them. $16,000 per acre to improve levees, enough to protect 250,000 acres, and you estimate a value of this acre at $6,000. Do you know how they arrived at those? We hear some people say that the levees are fine. That they don't need any protection at all. Then we have other people come in here and say, they're all going to fall down, and it's going to be one big lake. So you're someplace in the middle?
Well, let me tell you, the source of that number, and you have a copy of our full report, and we cite to the page, etc., reports done by Jay Lund who's an engineer at the University of California, together with Richard Howitt, who puts the dollars on these things, and along with geologists and others who did some major work now 3 or 4 years ago. And what we did was draw on their numbers, and then I talked to the authors and say, am I using this badly?
Did you delve behind the numbers at all?
Well, I know generally how they did it, but I'm not a levee engineer. Jay is, and I'm not going to get the number. I know exactly where it comes from is the approximately $6,000 an acre,
and that's based on return of investment.
And what that's based on the California Association of Farm Managers and Rural Appraisers, and it's a survey of rural appraisers who specifically work in different parts of the state. They go in every region of the state, and the people that are in charge of appraising farmland, that are handling sales of farmland in that region in that year, get together and say, well, what's it selling for? And they give a range, and what I give you here is the midpoint of that range.
But that's got to be based on
So
how
that's a
much
market
that land will yield in value terms.
You betcha.
Okay.
Well, and it's somebody's guess about what it's going to yield over the next 40 years. You know,
so it's an annuity.
That's right. That's exactly what that price is. And I give you sort of round figures here because I think it captures, and you all captured the essence of the problem. If you were to say, gee, it's not 16,000 acres, it's 14, sure, fine. If gee, land, you think the land this year is 7,000 acre, not 6, that's well within the range. I would agree with you. But I think this general issue that you've highlighted, that one number is a lot bigger than the other, is part of what's motivating this whole conversation. And there, I think Russell made a very good point and his point is, sure, it costs, in many cases, it may cost more for the levee to restore it enough than the land behind it's worth, but there's a lot of other reasons to have that levee there. And that's the kind of point that I think we all have to keep in mind.
Has anybody tried to quantitate those other, in dollar terms, those other reasons?
I'm not sure. I don't know that literature, and I know the people I would ask, I just don't know. If you want to send me an email, and I'll dig around a little bit and try to get you the right names.
I mean, I don't know where the $4 billion would come from. I don't know what probability we would have that those levees would, in fact, withstand a significant earthquake, maybe over 8, maybe 9, or, a lot of days or weeks of heavy rain. That all has to go, that probably has to go in the calculation. But the conclusion here is that it's just not economic, let the whole delta turn into a lake, ultimately.
Well, I don't think we say that. Of course, there's lots of land that's not. Yeah, I'm trying. Let's see.
Sometimes they work, and sometimes the microphones don't work.
You should take that as a sign, right?
There you go. That light is on.
Yeah, there we are. There's lots of variety around the delta, both in the levee quality, how much the land behind the levee really has to rely on that levee. Some of the land, of course, is in the periphery and is not. So here some people talk about 100,000 acres, some 250, depending on what you're talking about. And of course, the value of the land varies a lot too. So I mentioned earlier, lots of the vines and tree crops are really outside this range that we're talking about here. So I certainly don't want you to come away from this saying, gee, the whole delta will be flooded. That's the bottom line, because that's not the bottom line we thought was applicable here.
Do you ascribe to the domino effect? If some of the big islands flood, lose their levees, then this increases the strain on the remaining levees?
I'll leave that to the geological experts. That's
Ms. Patterson, then Mr. Van Lobensel's.
I'm working, yay. Okay. I think one of the things, too, in the numbers as they get quantified there is you have a scenario where we're saying this is what it would cost in the whole decimation of that scenario. And what the reality is that the reclamation districts take it in a phased approach, just like a regular project. We've got this part of the section of the levee, scheduled for maintenance, and they take it on that type of schedule. So it's not a cost that's borne all at once. It's over time. We're consistently looking at this. The one thing that I talked to our Central and South Delta reclamation districts, they say, they want to be able to dredge. if we can improve, the in-channel, everybody doesn't like that term, but I'm going to say it, that, if you can't dredge in those channels, it silts up, and so then that puts more pressure up on the tops of those levees. So if you bring that down, you've got a more concentrated water base up there instead of, putting more pressure on the freeboard up at the top. So, there could be room to facilitate some of that sea level rise change in a program of management that allows you to actually maintain the levees over time. And again, who pays? How do we approach that?
That's Mr. Cortopasse's newspaper article description of the solution to all the problems.
Well, dredging will solve everything, I'm sure, is what some people would like to say. But that's part of the integrated approach. It's not all at once, all or nothing. And it's just like you would approach the habitat management component. We got to phase these things in. We have to make sure that there's secure funding, and we have to make sure that the policies are in place to allow us to do these things instead of restricting us. Because I think what I hear from those reclamation districts is that they're restricted by not being able to do some of those management techniques that have been proven in the past for them. And what happens is they're stuck in a status quo or more of a static situation of management. And they're not able to react or be flexible to the system as it's been changing. And so that's a problem. And so if we can help with the flexibility there, as we've talked about earlier, I think that could go a long way.
Yeah, given the state of the state's economy and the national economy, it really comes down to a sense of urgency. How quickly must this be done? But if we project the current situation and look for an improvement, a significant turnaround not within 10 or 15 years, it's going to take several lifetimes to do what we're talking about here. So that's going to be a long phase-in. We may lose some things in the meantime.
Let me just ask you, Ms. Van Lobensel's, you start on this one. You haven't talked much about urban growth, which is primarily in the secondary zone of the Delta, but certainly in San Joaquin County it's a pretty big issue. And we know that there's another 23,000 acres of land in city spheres of influence, mostly San Joaquin, I guess secondarily Contra Costa, and then minor parcels around. Your reaction?
I've throughout my career, I've been a strong advocate for preservation of agricultural property. Certainly, cities and towns are going to grow. And cities and towns should grow in appropriate places and in appropriate ways. I'm not familiar with all the secondary zone projects that are being proposed. I've been involved a little bit in the primary zone with regards to development, and I stand on the side that the Delta is really not a good place for urban development. Secondary zone may be a little different thing. I don't know what the levees are like and all of those other kinds of factors that would play into it. So that's something that I don't really have too much experience in.
One of the things that caught my attention, both from Dr. Sumner's report, but also from the white paper on agriculture that we had gotten, 5 months ago or something like that, is that the ag land in the entire statutory Delta dropped about 11% from 1984 to 2008. And so now it's down to about 74% of the land mass. And I guess historically, urban areas tend to grow and expand, and the only land they take up, if it's not fill land, is agricultural land. What do you think naturally happens on the own? I mean, we disappear, Bay Delta Conservation Plan disappears, endless amounts of federal and state money disappear, not that they've been around, but, the state spent $5 billion on flood control in the last 8 years. That's a lot of money. And a good slug of that went right directly into Delta and near Delta projects. What's likely to happen if everything just kind of stumbles on its own?
Well, you look at evolution, and evolution to me is change that occurs over time as conditions change. If the funding, if funding for projects for infrastructure just disappears.
It won't disappear, but it's going to drop significantly for a good long time, is my guess.
That will help determine what the evolutionary structure of agriculture in the Delta becomes.
And your best guess, what would be your best guess that would be?
it would depend upon the level of involvement in the levees. It would depend upon where that investment was made. It would depend on a lot of different things. Certainly there are areas of the Delta that are more challenged than others, and you would expect to see the changes occur in those areas first. But and that would be the evolutionary process. But my hope is that with planning, we can slow down some of the losses. We can maintain the ability of the Delta to move water to pumps. We can maintain the Delta to do most of the services that it is doing today. There may be some loss along the way, but I think we should look at what's important and try to make the investments necessary to maintain those. And one of the key ones, I think, is moving water through the Delta. If you look at the economic consequences of that not happening, it's huge. And that's one of the services that the Delta provides. And that's one of the reasons that the levees, in some form, need to be maintained, especially if we're going to have a dual conveyance system. Part of that water is going to come through the Delta, and you're going to need those levees in order to accomplish that. And if the economic activity that it generates is as large as I read when the last book that, what was it, Changes in the Delta, or the 7 Drivers of Change, or something along those lines.
PPIC.
Right. That would certainly justify making the investments that need to be made.
Here's a hypothetical which you can just laugh at and ignore if you want to. Everyone throws up their hands, decides they're going to privatize the state water project. You buy it. And you buy it with all the obligations that are assumed. Your customers are somewhere other than the Delta. You're a businessman and a good one. How do you do it? Whose interest do you serve? You can laugh at me and just
Well, that's a pretty tough hypothetical.
I understand.
You have to ignore a lot of things that are in place, and a lot of legal obstacles.
Well, you can't ignore them, but
well, in order to move forward with that hypothetical, you really do. But so if you start to build those back into it, it becomes that's a tough question.
Ooh,
yeah.
I've actually managed to ask one. Thank you. Okay, Felicia, you had a question?
No, it's really
okay.
interesting.
Don. Gentlemen, I thank you very much. This is quite an interesting discussion. And the invitation again, Ms. Patterson, ladies and gentlemen, excuse me. I want to say again, if you haven't had a chance to read Ms. Patterson's letter on behalf of the 5 county farm bureaus, I do it. It's a long and very detailed letter raising a lot of interesting questions. And anything you could give us on information, further details on the management program you run, Mr. Tadman, for example, would be helpful to us. Any ideas you have, Russell, would just be terrific. And Mr. Sumner, if you have other reflections, information, gloomy or optimistic, we would like to hear them.
I thank you, Chairman Eisenberg, and the council here. You have a hard job to do, and we hope that we can help you along the way, and agriculture stays a part of the plan as we go forward.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And to add on to Russell's comment there, we do want to have the opportunity for you guys to come out. We are very close to the Delta, stone's throw in some instances. But to take you out, as these gentlemen have said, they're in a busy time. This is their job. Their job is tied to the land, and it's very difficult for them to get out here. But we would like to take you out there, staff, as you go through this process, because sometimes it helps to refresh your mind and look at a levee and say, well, it's a little bit lower or higher than I thought, or, there's not a lot of room there to work, or, gosh, this is great habitat that's adjacent to this might work. So to be able to put things into an actual field context and perspective, sometimes it can get dreary on paper. So we offer the field trip anytime.
Ms. Patterson, thank you. Yes, Mr. Tadman.
Just to add to that, I will say...
Draw that mic a little closer to you, please.
There we go. as far as what we do as land managers and stewards is we do look at things very carefully, whether it affects us downstream or upstream or what's coming from both directions, and how our part and what role we play in is I've always said, we're kind of in this tidal mixing bowl as the Delta, because we take it from all sides. Whatever comes to us is what we use. And we're proud as a fact of being land managers, is that we're not adding anything more to it, as far as we're careful with our water quality and what we do. And like Katie was saying, please come out and visit with us, and our doors are always welcome.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Ladies, gentlemen, thank you very much. Okay, we have a couple of people who want to talk to the council. Excuse me. We're moving on to the next item. Thank you. Miss Melinda Terry. Miss Terry, there you are. Let the folks clear out first, and then let us start. And if anyone else, we have one other request. Anyone wants to talk, if you just fill out a blue slip and submit it to the ladies over there, and we'll go from there. Okay, Miss Terry.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to speak on behalf of the California Central Valley Flood Control Association this afternoon, and it's in response to the recent conversation over, I will admit I have not read the report by the University of California Agricultural Issues Center yet, so I'm really just going off of the white paper, the two-pager that he provided, and one comment that Randy made, that one person that did read it, I'll add in. But it directly relates to comments that MBK engineers Gilbert Cosio submitted to Terry McCauley on April 8th, so I don't know if you've all had a chance to read it yet. But I think it really speaks to this issue. And his letter is really short, and it's 2 pages, really trying to point out that the report draft that he felt compelled to really write before he finished our association comments even, because he was really concerned that Table 9.3 or 9-3 indicates that there's 1,150 miles of levee in need of repair, and he really wanted to point out that this is incorrect. And I'm assuming that maybe that's how you end up with numbers like $4 billion that are not correct. And so we hope over time to really try to get these corrected. And he's put in here the details of how many miles do need to be done, and it's because both MBK and KSN engineers were asked by CalFed to look at this issue, and they went so far as to even determine mile by mile. And so he's given you the miles that are in here and how much fill it would take, so that they could come up with an actual cost. And one of the things that they found, and you read it really shortly in his letter, that he says is the mistake that's really made is making the assumption that 1,100 miles all still need to be improved to a PL 8499 or HMP standard that you keep hearing about. But Gilbert's letter points out that most of those already are or above that standard because they're already meeting. And then he gives a list of about 20, and he points out, no, these shouldn't be on the list because they already exceed FEMA. They already exceed PL 8499. And or they actually gave examples where there's no plans for improvement there. We're not going to spend another $1 on these levees. There's not a plan there. So, and that's an attachment that he did give to that letter that will show that. And so at the end of that, he ended up saying that when you break that down, that there's actually about 504 miles that are in need of some improvements. But as he points out, that immediately reduces the cost, at least that was in your plan. I don't know if it was $4 billion or not, but it reduces it by 55%. So the numbers you're operating
We're
off...
down to $1.8 billion.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I think it ended up a little over $1 billion.
How about that for efficiency?
51,000. But, $4 billion versus $1 billion, it changes it, and we hope that we can get these kind of numbers in and not make everyone feel that every mile is in need of it, because there has been $5 billion worth of improvements, and a lot of them have been for our urban areas. And thank goodness, we really did that, because this year was really wet, and 06 was wet, and it was just good timing that we had that bond money and those investments were made. But I encourage you to look at that, because then I think it really gets it to, I think Randy said the document that I haven't read yet, the report, said 100 acres will be lost to flooding. Again, that changes when you look at how many miles have already reached the standard that we find or can at least live up to the high water events, hopefully the earthquakes, but we'll see. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Terry. Ms. Ford from the Sacramento County Water Agency. There you are. I don't know. Turn that on if you would. Base of the mic. There you go.
Yeah, I wasn't watching to see which one works.
Connie Ford, Sacramento County Water Agency. I just wanted to take the opportunity to express a couple of thoughts I've had. One is it occurs to me that it's well within your purview in this to, while you're looking for restoration, to look towards ag-related restoration type activities. I think there is a lot of study and a lot of other programs underway in various parts of the world that even our science board, your science board, has been working on. Since I'm a voracious reader and I'm not always reading Plato.
But it was impressive last time when you were. So.
One of the things that I enjoy reading is how some of these other areas are functioning and working. I've read a lot of the reports in Chesapeake Bay, and a lot of their restoration has been towards preserving the agricultural element and mixing it with the ecological. And it appears that, and there's other areas, I believe Australia is doing a lot of that, I believe Florida is doing a lot of that. Each of them have their different obstacles to overcome, of course. It looks like Florida is losing a lot of their topsoil, and that's one of their obstacles. But one of the things that Chesapeake Bay has done is, now it's overseen by the federal government, and it overlays a half a dozen states. It occurs to me that those states are probably smaller than our counties. And so the federal government has to help coordinate some of that. One of the things that the federal government did is on all the federally owned land, which some of it is a working type landscape, they put out policies on the public property, on the public lands. This are the best management practices. This is what we'll implement. And there were a lot of questions and answers, and everyone, of course, thought, "Oh, you're going to make us do all that?" No. This is how we're going to manage the federal land, and you can choose to do it. If you choose to do that, we've got some little incentives out here that might be able to help you financially follow our example. And so that, I think that is, I guess that's my point, is just to look to other areas where things seem to be working, where the research has been done, and the work has been laid already, to not have to recreate everything, move forward and adopt some of the practices and hit the ground running instead of stalling, planning it, scratching our heads for 3 or 4 more years, and see where we can start making a dent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joe, just a follow-up point. I was struck by the comment, and Ms. Ford also mentioned it on her note on the speech. The suggestion you start with publicly owned lands has always been made. But, of course, the publicly owned lands are not necessarily interconnected habitats, the best habitats. They may be, or they may not be. But there is at least a practical advantage to management practices on public land that reflect values that you'd like to see in the Delta Plan. And even if it doesn't meet the test of the best available scientific choice, it's at least a way to start. And I kind of like the idea of starting in some ascertainable fashion and building off that if it's possible. Cliff, you've had experience with stuff like exactly these issues before.
Yeah, not so much here in the Delta, but in many of the large-scale restoration projects that I'm familiar with, land acquisition has been the biggest cost. The ones I know of, 60 to 90% of the cost is actually acquiring the land. And they often do start, as you say, with where they do have opportunity. It may be because it's public land or because at least the land use is such that it's amenable to start. But ultimately, if they're going to actually get that continuity, that contiguity, that kind of corridor idea, ultimately they're going to have willing buyers and the money, resources to do that. And most restoration projects, overwhelmingly, the cost is on land acquisition. It is not on designing it. It's not on the evaluation program. It's not on the actual moving of the dirt. It is actually acquiring the land to do it right.
Yeah. Don.
Yeah, just a question, and maybe it's in the exhibits, and I've just read over the top of it. Do we actually have a map that shows the publicly owned lands either owned and or whether conservation easements are over them, either public or private, and those are marked out?
Joe.
We have one that shows all the land that's publicly owned or owned by conservation land trusts. I'm not sure that we have one that shows all of the easements.
It would be useful to be sure that we have all the nonprofit-owned land, governmental-owned land, and if there's a way to get information on land trust or easement land, that would be very helpful.
And the reason why I raised that, just in light of the conversation, I think some of the things have transpired this afternoon and the feedback, even starting with this morning's presentation about those lands that are already in some sort of public trust. They may not be in the locations for the particular habitat strategies that's being talked about here, and I think that's been well referenced in today's conversation in the past. But I think knowing that and recognizing that the waterways, for the most part, are again, in the public trust domain, and that you take the high water mark, and then you start taking lands behind that. We have entire islands that are held by.
I'll bring the map that we do have tomorrow.
Okay,
What I saw
good.
this
No,
morning.
that would be helpful.
Yeah.
That would be helpful.
Okay, thanks.
If you have ways to give us copies, at least to start, that'd be good. If not, we'll look at one. That'd be good.
Yeah, it's on a poster.
Okay, last blue sheet I've got, Miss Masservi. I mispronounced it last time. I screwed it up this time. Pound me over the head and tell me the correct pronunciation, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Osha Meserve.
Meserve. Okay.
And,
got it. Sorry. My apologies.
Not a problem. I'm here on behalf of local agencies of the North Delta, which is a coalition of water and reclamation districts in the North Delta. And we've submitted some detailed comments on the second draft of the plan earlier this week. So I just wanted to touch on a couple of key items that came up in this last panel this afternoon. We want to see that policies adopted by the council that point toward close coordination with local agencies. That's been one of the I would say, ivory tower planning process problems that's been going on with respect to Delta issues for quite some time, and I think this is an opportunity to reset on that and really, through the policies that the council would adopt, make sure that that coordination occurs, which is really essential to the success of any type of large-scale habitat projects. And I think when we listen to Cliff talk about communication being one of the key elements of successful projects that he's been studying, I think that's borne out in the case studies that we've all been looking at. Secondly, coming up with policies that put landowners at ease who are going to be working alongside habitat projects. And one of the key elements there is that we think there should be a policy that specifies or at least encourages that the Delta Conservancy commit to not using eminent domain for these types of projects. As just been discussing, there's quite a bit of public lands available that probably could meet at least the first wave of habitat needs or in the plans, and it needs to be, we've talked about this a lot in the BDCP process, never got any commitment from the BDCP steering committee folks about this issue. Consultants for BDCP told me, well, it probably will be on public land, but nobody would commit to that, and I think the council's in a position to provide leadership on that issue and really point toward the public-owned lands and then use private land separate, and also to point away from use of eminent domain, which really land trusts, HCPs, a lot of people who work a lot on these kinds of issues, just even if there may be some key piece of property that would make great habitat, there's a lot of implications and a lot of problems that occur from eminent domain, even beyond that particular eminent domain case that may end up in court, just because of the bad feeling that it leaves in a lot of property owners. And what you really need in order to make a successful program is the participation, input, and support of local property owners, and eminent domain just points the other way. And there are a lot of incentives for conservation that do work well. Easements for habitat have worked really well within national wildlife refuges and can specify certain types of cropping practices and whatnot that are beneficial. There's a lot of good examples of that. And also, I think encouraging placement of agricultural conservation easements in the Delta may be something that the council might want to incentivize. It's interesting morning having Carrie Sullivan here earlier today, and I remember when I was participating in the development of the agricultural mitigation ordinance for San Joaquin County, there was quite a big debate over whether we should be able, or whether the county would allow placement of conservation easements within the delta as mitigation for conversion of other lands elsewhere in San Joaquin County, and there was a concern that it shouldn't be in the delta because the delta was already protected. But I think that, especially when at this juncture, I think we might look at that a little differently and doing more conservation easements, especially if they can be ag easements that include some other, maybe at least promotion of wildlife-friendly practices, then that's going to be a really good incentive to have sustainable practices in the Delta continue. And then third point, restoration projects. The council should develop policies that would require that third-party impacts be avoided for these kind of restoration projects. Examples of that, buffers are really necessary and shouldn't be laid on the lands that are existing in ag use. It should go on the restoration area. Control of off-site weeds is a really important issue for a lot of folks. Also control of seepage if it's going to be intertidal lands, very important operational issues. And then fourth point, I need to look at the report. I support what Melinda Terry was saying. I think Gil Cosio's given some really good information that's based on sound experience in the Delta about what costs for levee improvements are. And it's my impression that the values of Delta ag land are really much higher than what would be in the sale purchase price. And I just worry that somebody would look at a summary of a report and conclude that, that's the only value there. And I think we heard the author of the report explain that only certain values were taken into account. And I think we just need to, take into account as much as we can all the different values that are coming from protection of ag land in the Delta before we make any conclusions about that issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to speak to us? Okay, that's the last. Members, starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we have two panels. It's the water reliability panel and the water reliability. It's the water reliability panel and it's the irritated water reliability panel. And we're hearing from both of them tomorrow. It's my hope to get you out of here by as close to noon as I can. Not a promise, but that's our hope. Okay, thank you very much. Meeting is adjourned.